In the first section of the course, you'll learn some important security concepts. We won't get behind the command line of a Linux system in this first section, but it's important that we lay down the foundation of understanding before we start securing and hardening our systems. Next, we move on to physical security. In this section of the course, you'll learn how attackers break into Linux systems when they have physical access and several countermeasures you can use to protect your Linux systems. From there, we'll go into detail on the authentication systems used in Linux. You'll learn about the various account types on a Linux system and how to secure each one. You'll also learn how to enforce strong passwords and manage account and password expirations. In the networking section of the course, you'll learn how to secure network services that run on Linux systems. You'll also learn how the local firewall works in Linux and how to configure it. Next, we'll talk about Linux file system security. We'll cover how permissions work in detail, including special modes, file attributes, and ACLs. You'll also learn what rootkits are, how to detect them, and how to remove them. Finally, I'll leave you with several security resources you can use to continue your security education and stay on top of the latest security issues for your Linux distribution. In this section of the course, you'll learn why Linux is considered to be a relatively secure operating system. We'll talk about a special account on Linux systems called the superuser and how it differs from other accounts on a Linux system. You'll learn why Linux systems are often avoided by attackers and why this is both a good and bad thing. Next, we'll look at the security implications of using open source software such as Linux. From there, you'll learn how Linux systems manage software and security benefits that result from that design. We'll also look at the roles users and system administrators play in security. Next, we'll look at several security principles that you can use to guide you in making security-conscious decisions going forward. You'll also learn how to look at software and network services through the lens of security. We'll also touch on encryption, how to handle accounts, and multi-factor authentication. Finally, we'll wrap up things with a discussion on the principle of least privilege, what that means, and how you can apply it to your Linux systems. Is Linux secure? That's the big question, and it's a very broad question too. The truth is that nothing is perfectly secure. Security is really a series of trade-offs. Many times these trade-offs are between convenience and security. When I say convenience, I'm also talking about ease of use. For example, Linux would be easier to use and more convenient if users didn't have to identify themselves before they gain access to the system, but that wouldn't be very secure. This is just one very simplistic example of a security trade-off. You'll often be making trade-offs based on the severity and probability of the risk you're trying to mitigate. Cost considerations, effectiveness of countermeasures, and system performance will also be taken into account before you decide to make a trade-off. In general, Linux is secure, but it's really only as secure as its users and system administrators make it and allow it to be. Linux can quickly and easily be made into a very unsecure platform. For example, a user could change the permissions on a file that contains sensitive data such that anyone on the system could read it. Worse yet, a system administrator could change all the files on a system such that everyone could modify them. Users could use easy-to-guess passwords. Data could be transmitted in the clear to or from a Linux system over a public network. Software could be installed on a system that has security problems. If users and system administrators don't have the proper training or security awareness, these types of issues can easily crop up. We'll be talking about the details of each of these examples and many more. More importantly, you'll learn about ways to protect your Linux systems from these issues later in the course. The point is that I don't want you to fall into the trap of thinking Linux is secure and then assuming you're going to be safe from attacks. Don't think, my website is hosted on a Linux server, it's secure, I'm perfectly safe. Our database runs on Linux too, we'll be fine. Just because you're using Linux doesn't absolve you of creating a secure computing environment. It's also an ongoing process. You have to work at security and maintain your level of security throughout the lifespan of your Linux systems. Don't fall into the trap of believing that since Linux is more secure than Windows, you don't need to be vigilant and security conscious. So why is Linux secure? What makes it secure, and what are some of the security features of Linux? First off, Linux is a multi-user system, meaning that many users and accounts can use the system at once. Having multiple accounts allows for separation of roles and permissions. On Linux systems, the administrator of the system is called the superuser. Specifically, the account named root is the superuser of a Linux system. Root, the superuser, can do anything. It's the all-powerful account on a Linux system. For example, normal users can't hide things from the root account. Even if they create files that should only be accessed by them, root can still access those files. This is a very important concept. If someone has root access, they own the entire system. Also, root privileges are required to do things like install system-wide software, configure network devices, and create or disable other accounts. This is why it's extremely important to keep this account secure. Don't give access to the root account to someone unless it's absolutely necessary. We'll be talking about secure ways to do that in another section of this course. All other accounts on a system besides the root account are normal accounts. These accounts can be used by people. For example, when I log into a system, I might use the login name of Jason. Each user on a system should be given their own account, and we'll talk about why this is important in just a minute. You can also have accounts that are used to run services or applications on a system. For example, you could create an account to use for the web server on a Linux system. Having separate accounts for users and applications has some advantages. The first advantage is being able to use file permissions. The ability to view a file, edit it, or even execute it as a program is controlled by file permissions. Each file on a Linux system has an owner. The root user owns the files associated with the operating system. Each individual user owns the files that they create. Typically, those files live in their individual home directories. If we're using accounts for services or applications, the files associated with those services or applications will be owned by that application user. If we are using a dedicated user for our web server, then that user will own the files that are used by the web server to serve up web pages. Files owned by one user cannot be modified by another user unless the other user is given explicit access to that file. You can even use file permissions so that other users can't even see the contents of a file or even see the file name itself. So if someone were to break into my JSON account, they wouldn't have access to the files owned by the web server account, for example. This is just one thing that provides a layer of security to Linux. The next advantage to using separate accounts is that each process is run by an account. By default, each account can only start processes as themselves. Likewise, each account can only stop or kill their own processes. The exception to the rule is with the root account. The root user can stop any process on a system no matter what account owns the process. Again, the superuser is all-powerful. In the case of our web server example, the web server process can only be stopped by the web server user or root. If someone were to gain access to my JSON account, they couldn't stop the web server process. Also, if the web server process was exploited, then the attacker would only have the web server user privileges since that process is running as the web server user. This adds another layer of security to the Linux system. This is one reason why you don't want to run applications as the root user. Many times attackers are lazy. They want big and easy wins. For many attackers, Linux is simply a poor target. For one thing, there are simply more Windows-based computers than there are Linux computers. Right off the bat, Linux is a smaller attack surface. Also, Linux is typically used by computer professionals or computer enthusiasts. These people aren't your average computer user. They typically have more knowledge about how computers work and about computer security. These types of people pay more attention to security than your average casual user of Windows, for example. Since there aren't as many Linux targets and the targets that exist are harder to break into, many times Linux is left alone by attackers and virus writers. It doesn't mean that this doesn't happen, but currently Windows is a much easier target. Linux is open source, meaning that anyone can see the source code. By using Linux, you don't have to trust just one person or one company. It would be practically impossible for someone to sneak some malicious code into the Linux kernel without thousands and thousands of developers noticing it. Also, using open source software greatly increases the odds of security holes and bugs being found and fixed. Once a bug or hole is found, it can be quickly fixed. There is no corporate bureaucracy and secrecy surrounding Linux. Windows, on the other hand, is a black box. It can be doing anything under the hood and you would probably never know. Only Microsoft can release security patches to their OS, and holes can go unpatched for years at a time. Yet another thing that enhances the security of Linux is that the OS software is centralized through the use of packages and package managers. A package is a collection of files that make up an application. A package manager is used to install, upgrade, and remove packages. Linux distributions provide repositories of packages which allow you to download and install software from a single, cryptographically trusted provider. When you install a package on Linux, the package manager downloads that package from the repository. Packages in the repository are signed using a public key to prove that the package that was published by the repository has not changed since the signature was applied. This provides some protection against installing software that may have been maliciously altered after the package was created, but before you downloaded it. If you are using packages from a well-known Linux distribution, you can feel fairly confident that those packages are free from viruses, free from malware, and that they are what they say they are. Each program available in the official repository is thoroughly tested. Not only is the Linux kernel open source, the operating system tools are open source as well. Also, the overwhelming majority of software applications that run on Linux are open source. Again, this means that anyone can readily view the source code for those Linux programs, and security flaws can be spotted and fixed. As security issues are addressed, packages in the repository are updated. This way you can easily keep your system up to date by installing the latest versions of the packages available. Another advantage of using software provided by a distribution is that when you perform updates and patches, you not only get bug fixes and security updates for the Linux kernel, you also get updates for all the other software being used on the system. This includes network services like web servers or database servers, and user space software like web browsers, for example. On a Linux system, if you want to install software, you search the repository using the package manager and install it. Contrast this to other operating systems like Windows. If you want to install a piece of software, you search for it on the internet and download it off some website. That software has not been reviewed by Microsoft or tested by them. Also, it's probably not open source software, so you really have no idea what it does. The best you can do is hope that it will do what it says it does and no more. Unfortunately, it's a common practice to include, bundle, or slip in some additional software. You may only want to install that one piece of software, and you might not realize that it also installs additional software. In the worst case scenarios, this additional software is malicious. These problems arise because the software is coming from a third-party source, a source outside of the operating system ecosystem. I use Windows as an example, but if you don't use packages from your distribution, then you're open to all the same issues on Linux as well. I want to take just a few minutes here to talk about some security guidelines. Some of these are Linux specific and some are more general in nature. These ideas can act as your guiding principles when making security decisions. If you encounter a specific situation that isn't covered in this course, you can use these ideas to guide you. I won't be getting into the details of how to implement each one of these ideas on a Linux system in this lesson, but we'll be covering these later in the course. First off, minimize the amount of software installed on the system. If you don't intend to use a piece of software, then don't install it. If you don't intend to use a service, stop that service and uninstall it. If you no longer need a piece of software, uninstall it. Any software or services installed on your system make the attack surface larger. Anything on the system could potentially be used as part of an attack on that system. If possible, run each network service on a separate system to minimize the risk of one compromised service being used to compromise another service. For example, if you're running a file sharing service and a web server on the same system, and the web server was exploited, the attacker could potentially gain access to the data used by the file sharing service. If the file sharing service was running on a different system, it would not be vulnerable to attacks on the web server. Encrypt all data transmitted over the network. This can prevent eavesdropping and man-in-the-middle attacks. Always encrypt authentication information such as passwords. Here are some examples of insecure protocols that you can replace with secure protocols. For example, instead of using FTP, use SFTP. Instead of Telnet, use SSH. Instead of SNMP versions 1 and 2, use SNMP version 3 or higher. Instead of HTTP, use HTTPS. This is not an exhaustive list by any means. Just keep in mind that if you're transmitting data over a network, be sure that the data is encrypted. Do not use shared accounts if at all possible. Each person should have their own individual account, and each application should have its own individual account. If multiple people have access to one account, then you may not be able to determine which person was responsible for which actions. Using shared accounts makes security auditing difficult, if not impossible. Also, people don't treat shared accounts like they do their own. They often are more lax about security with a shared account because they know that they probably cannot be individually held accountable for actions associated with that account. Do not log directly into the root account. This goes for any shared or application account as well. Do not let users log in directly as the web server user, for example. At least require them to log into their individual accounts first and then switch to the root or other shared account user. When someone switches to another account, a log entry is created and that can help with auditing. It's a best practice to restrict access to shared accounts with sudo. Sudo allows a user to temporarily escalate or change their privileges to another account such as the root account. Instead of switching to the root account, simply run the commands with sudo. This creates a log of who ran the command, the time the command was run, exactly what the command was, and what user the command was executed as. We'll be covering sudo and how to configure it later in the course. Maintain accounts by creating and enforcing strong password policies and deleting or at least locking unused accounts. It's important to have a process for deleting or disabling user accounts when a person no longer requires access to a system. This process should be followed when someone changes a role in your organization and no longer needs access to a system or leaves the organization altogether. For public-facing systems or systems that warrant a high level of security, use multi-factor authentication if possible. Multi-factor authentication requires at least two things in order to gain access to a system. Most often it's something you know, such as a password, combined with something you have or something you are. An example of multi-factor authentication would be when you connect to a system with a password, it sends a message that includes an additional password or code to the phone associated with your account. If you reply with the appropriate code, then you are granted access. In this example, it takes something you know, your password, and something you have, your phone, in order to authenticate to the system. Another example would be combining a password with a biometric scan. In order to access a system, you could be required to provide a password and your fingerprint. Use the principle of least privilege, which means use the minimal amount of privileges required to accomplish a task. This is also known as the principle of least authority. We've already touched on this with the root account. The principle of least privilege in this context means that for normal everyday operations, use your personal account and only escalate to root privileges when you need to perform a system administration function. Unless absolutely necessary, do not run a service with root privileges. If a service can operate under an application account, then use an application account for that service. There is no need to run a database server with root privileges, for example. Only give users access to what they need in order to do their job and no more. If a user does not need root privileges to do their job, then they should not have the ability to access the root account. If a user does not need access to some data stored on the system, use file permissions to block their access to that data. Said another way, use the most restrictive permissions possible that allow people and services to perform their jobs. Monitor system activity. Routinely review system and application logs. If possible, send logs to a dedicated log server in real time. Even if an attacker deletes logs and covers his tracks on the local system, a copy of the logs will reside on your logging system, allowing you to detect and investigate the attack. Use a firewall. The Linux kernel has a built-in packet filtering framework called netfilters. The iptables tool is used to communicate with netfilters in the kernel, which implements packet filtering. You can use iptables directly from the command line to create firewall rules, or you can use other utilities that use iptables and net filters in the background for you. Going back to the principle of least privilege or principle of least authority, only allow network connections from sources that require it. For example, if you have a system on the public internet that requires SSH access from within your company, then only allow SSH traffic from your company's network and drop all other connections. Even if your system is behind your company's firewall, this same concept applies. Since Linux makes it easy to create local firewalls, take advantage of this extra layer of security. Encrypt sensitive data. We've already talked about encrypting data when it's transmitted over a network. This provides a layer of protection when the data is in transit, but what about when it's at rest? For example, what about when it's stored on a disk? If you want the same level of security for your data when it's at rest, encrypt it. If your data is unencrypted and an attacker were to get direct access to that data, they could easily read or alter that data. In this section of the course, you learn that even though Linux is a relatively secure operating system, that doesn't mean you can let your guard down. End users and system administrators alike play an important role in security. Some of those people may not have the proper training. Some are not security focused, and everybody makes mistakes from time to time. Sometimes those mistakes can have security implications. We also talked about how security is an ongoing process. Once systems are put into service, they change through use. Accounts need to be created or deleted, logs need to be monitored, etc. Security is a consideration for the entire lifespan of a system. You also learned about some of the security features of Linux, including that it's open source. It's not as easy or popular of a target than some other operating systems are currently. You also learned about the security advantages of using packages provided by popular Linux distributions. We even talked about the advantages of Linux being a multi-user operating system. Finally, we talked about several security principles and guidelines. Some of these included the principle of least privilege, using encryption over the network as well as on disk, how to handle shared accounts, and how using multi-factor authentication mechanisms enhance security. You learned about the built-in firewall capabilities of Linux. Finally, we talked about the importance of reviewing, monitoring, and securing logs on your systems. In this section of the course, you'll learn about the importance of physical security and the threats posed by attackers who gain unauthorized physical access to your Linux system. You'll learn ways to protect your systems when you or your company are in control of physical security. Next, we'll talk about the challenges you'll face when using a third party to host your physical systems. You'll also learn what to look for when choosing a third-party provider. We'll get into physical security implications of using cloud environments as well. From there, you'll learn specific strategies you can employ to mitigate physical security risks. You'll learn how to protect your Linux systems against the most common physical attacks. Finally, we'll spend a good amount of time talking about data encryption and specifically how to implement it on new Linux systems as well as those that are already in service. Linux security starts with physical security. If someone has physical access to your Linux system, meaning that they can physically touch your system with their hands, then they can bypass almost any other type of security in place. For example, if you have extremely tight network security on your Linux server, but don't protect physical access to your server, then the network security doesn't matter because it can be bypassed by simply pressing the power button on the server, interrupting the boot process, and entering into single user mode. Now the attacker has unfettered access to the system where they can disable the network security, install their own software on your system, or do anything else they want to your system. We'll be talking about ways to protect against some of these types of attacks in this section of the course, but even with these countermeasures in place, it's important that you restrict physical access to your system to only those that need access and to those that you trust. Before we get into the Linux-specific parts of physical security, I want to talk about physical security in general and share some guidelines that you should consider. At the most basic level, physical security involves keeping your systems out of the reach of potential attackers. If your servers are under your control, then you want to keep the data center and/or computer rooms locked at all times. Only give keys or key cards to people that need access. You want to keep your computer rooms locked because you don't want just anyone, any employee of your company or guest, to wander into your computer room. Even if they don't have malicious intent, they could accidentally power off a system or disconnect a system from the network. So in general, it's not a good idea to allow people access to your systems, even if you don't take into account the security implications. If the computer rooms are unlocked, then someone could enter the building and then get access to the computer room. This could be an existing employee, a former employee, or even someone who does not work at the company but gained access to the building. Be sure to stay on top of the access. As people's roles change and their needs change, their access may need to change as well. When someone leaves the company or no longer needs access, be sure to get their key or disable their key card. If you have multiple computer rooms, limit the access by each computer room individually. For example, if the Windows servers are in one computer room and the Linux servers are in another, then only give the Windows administrators access to the Windows computer room and only give the Linux admins access to the Linux computer room. All servers should be in a locked data center or computer room, so don't keep servers laying under your desk, for example. Only allow visitors access to your data center that need access. For example, if your company gives tours of its facilities, don't let people into the locations where your servers are located. It's probably even best to not mention where your server room is located. When visitors are given access, they should be escorted and accompanied. Types of visitors that have a legitimate reason to be in your computer room include electricians, heating and cooling technicians, and computer repair personnel. Let's say that a power supply failed in one of your servers and someone is sent from the hardware vendor to replace that power supply. That person should be accompanied while they are in the computer room or data center. They should be taken directly to the server with the issue. Ideally, you want to watch to make sure that they only replace the power supply and not perform any additional actions. Also, keep a log. When a user logs into a Linux system, there is a record of that access. Likewise, you should keep a log of who and when someone accesses a computer facility. If you have a badging system in place, then a log may be kept on that system. In any case, there needs to be a log of visitors. Maybe your company isn't large enough to have its own data center and computer rooms, or maybe your company doesn't want to be in the data center business. In these cases, here are some things to consider when your servers will reside at a location that is not under your direct control. You can think of data centers or co-location facilities like a bank. A bank is a place where large amounts of money is stored, and likewise, a data center is a place where large amounts of data is stored. One way to get access to large amounts of money is to rob a bank. Likewise, one way to get access to large amounts of data is to gain physical access to a data center. Since you don't have direct control of the data center, you want to make sure it has physical security processes, procedures, and controls in place to protect your valuable data. Here are some things to look for in a data center. These are some of the same considerations for your own data center or a third-party data center. Does it have access controls in place? Do they have security guards, gates, and checkpoints? Do they have video surveillance systems? Do they use intrusion detection technology or alarm systems? Do they employ the use of multi-factor authentication? For example, they employ the use of key cards and some sort of biometric scanning such as a fingerprint reader. Do they have a need-based access policy? Do they revoke access when needs change? Do they use ID badges for employees, and are they photo ID badges? Do they do background checks on their employees? Is there another layer of security around your servers? For example, if you have an entire rack, does that rack lock? Or if you have a group of racks, are they separated from the rest of the data center in a locked cage? Is the data center in a nondescript facility? Here's a picture of an actual data center. It's a fairly plain building. You can't really tell what's inside it. Here's another picture of an actual data center. In this one, you can see some security cameras on the building if you look towards the top right of this image. Again, this is a rather nondescript building. If the data center looks more like this, then maybe you should consider looking for another facility. Obviously, this is fake, but you get the point. Let's talk about the cloud. The important thing to realize about the cloud is that even though many things are virtualized, such as virtual machines, virtual CPUs, virtual memory, and virtual storage, it all runs on real, actual hardware. As an end user of cloud technologies, you don't need to know about the underlying hardware. However, from a security perspective, you need to know about real-world physical security in addition to securing the virtual components. If you are hosting your servers in the cloud or running virtual machines on some other company's hardware, then you need to determine what their physical security policies are, just like you do when you're looking for a data center to house your own servers. Remember, once you strip away all the layers of virtualization, you end up with actual physical hardware that makes cloud computing possible. In addition to physical security, you need to consider that your data resides on their storage platform. For example, what looks like a physical disk to your virtual server could be as simple as a single file on a disk on your cloud provider server. Since the cloud provider owns the physical host and has access to all the storage, then they have access to your disk image and your data. Potentially, they could look at or even alter your disk images. If your cloud provider has a disk encryption service, consider using it. If you don't, then do the encryption yourself inside the virtual machine or accept the risk. We'll be talking about data encryption in more detail in just a couple of minutes. But for now, just know that it's a potential attack surface. Let's talk about ways to protect your Linux system from potential attacks that can occur when someone gains unauthorized physical access to your server. One of the easiest ways to gain unauthorized access to a Linux system is to simply boot the system into single user mode. Traditionally, Linux distributions did not require a root password to boot into single user mode. If you have physical access, then you can touch the power button and power off the machine and press it again to start the boot process. You could also remove the power source and restore it. If your Linux server is a virtual machine, then whoever has access to the virtual console can do this as well. This is a Linux system, and it's running in a virtual machine. I'm going to hit the virtual power reset button to power cycle it. Go to machine and click on reset. Now, this is the exact same process I would use if I was standing in front of a physical machine in a data center. I'd simply power off the machine and power it back on. Yep, I'll click reset to do the power reset. At this point, I'm going to interrupt the boot process by pressing a key. What you're looking at here is the Grub bootloader, which is the most popular bootloader in use today for Linux systems. If you look at the bottom of your screen, you'll see some instructions. I'm going to press E to edit the configuration. Next, I'm going to find the line that starts with Linux. Go down here and find it. And there it is right there. So this is the line that tells the bootloader where the kernel is. And the remaining items on the line are arguments that are being passed to the Linux kernel. I'm going to supply an argument of S, which will cause the system to boot into single user mode. You can also supply an uppercase S or even a 1. All of these are for the same run level, which is single user mode. If the system is using systemd, you can also supply a target with systemd.unit equals and the name of the target. To get into a single user mode equivalent, you would use systemd.unit equals rescue.target. There's also an emergency.target that you can use. You can also use a shortcut, which is to simply supply the name of the target, like rescue. But here I'm going to go ahead and use an S for single user mode. Again, notice the instructions at the bottom of the screen. I'm going to boot this modified configuration by pressing Ctrl-X. At this point, the Linux system is booting. You can see that I have a root shell without entering a password. At this point, I can do anything I want. I can change the root password, I can create an account for myself, I can install software, I can disable the system's firewall. I now own this box simply because I have physical access to it. Fortunately, this doesn't always work. Some of the more recent releases of distributions require a root password even when booting into single user mode. Let's look at how to require the root password for single user mode. This first example I'm going to show you is on a CentOS 6 system. CentOS is basically Red Hat without Red Hat's branding. So you can use this process for a Red Hat 6 system or a CentOS 6 system. By default, CentOS 6 doesn't require a root password for single user mode. And to change this, we need to edit a file. I'm going to go ahead and log into this system as root first. And the file we need to change is etc sysconfig init. We're looking for the line that contains su shell. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom here until I find it. As you can see in the comments of the file, it says to set single to /sbin/su login to prompt for a password on single user mode. Otherwise, use su shell to start a shell without prompting for a password. su shell is simply a program that runs a shell. If su shell isn't available on your system, then you would substitute a shell here like bash, for example. I'll go ahead and make the change and reboot the system. We'll change su shell to su login, save my changes, and reboot. Going to interrupt the boot process, selecting E to edit it. I'm looking for the line that's going to boot the kernel, and I'm going to append an S for single user mode. I'll go ahead and hit B to boot that configuration. Now, as you can see that even though we're booting into single user mode, it's asking us for the root password. If I enter in the incorrect root password and hit enter, it's going to keep asking me for the password. I can't get into the system until I supply the correct root password. Here, I'll go ahead and supply it now. And then now we finally have a root shell on this Linux system. For systems that use systemd to control the system initialization process instead of the traditional init program, you need to modify the related targets. This includes the latest releases of CentOS, Red Hat, Ubuntu, and many other distributions. The target configurations are stored in lib systemd system. The files you want to modify are emergency.service and rescue.service. Go ahead and edit both of these files. Make sure that the exec start line executes su login. Here you can see that it executes su shell. I'm going to change that to su login. And then I'm going to do the exact same thing on the next file. Again, changing su shell to su login. Now when we reboot into single user mode, we'll be prompted for a password. Find the Linux line, supply an S for single user mode, and boot it. And here in just a second, we should be prompted for the root's password, and there it is. By default, Ubuntu doesn't set a password on the root account. If you were to manually install Ubuntu, it'll ask you to create an account to use for administration purposes. It won't let you set a root password. This is fine because root logins are disabled by default in Ubuntu. But when you boot into single user mode, you will get a root prompt, even if you've configured the system to prompt for a root password. There is no password, so it can't ask for one. To make this work, you must set a root password. Here's an Ubuntu system, and I'm going to boot it into single user mode. Here we are at a root prompt, and we weren't prompted for a password. I'm going to show you that the su login process was actually executed versus the su shell. The su login is the one that should prompt you for a password. So we'll just look at our current PID, which is $. It's PID 583. We'll look at that. PID 583. And its parent PID is 581, so we'll look at its parent. PID 581, and you can see that su login was indeed executed, and that spawned our bash shell. I can also show you that su login is configured for systemd as well, so we'll just get into the lib systemd system directory here, and then we'll grab su login for emergency.target. Whoops, I'm sorry, emergency.service, and then we'll grab that for rescue.service as well. So you can see that systemd is configured to execute su login, but again, it didn't prompt us for a password. So the root password is not set on the system. I can show you that by doing a head-1 on Etsy Shadow, and you can see that where the encrypted password would be, there's an exclamation mark there. So I'll go ahead and set the root password using the passwd command. All right, there's the root password. It's been set. So now that a password is set, when we boot into single user mode, it will prompt us for that password. Let's do this real quick. I'll just go ahead and reboot it. And we're going to boot into single user mode. And now that we're using su login and a password is set for the root account, we're being prompted for that password. If I didn't touch on the specific distro you're using, just look for all instances of su shell in the boot up process for your distro and replace them with su login. If you think about this conceptually, you know that the bootloader starts the kernel, and the kernel then starts some other process. Typically that process is a init or an init replacement. Just think about how the boot process works, and it will lead you to where you need to make any changes. Now that we've configured the system to require a root password to get into single user mode, let me show you how easy it is to get around that too. Remember that when the bootloader loads the kernel, then the kernel loads an init system like init or systemd. What we can do is tell the kernel to use a shell as the init system. This bypasses the init system altogether and drops you into a root shell. I've interrupted the boot process here, and I'm going to go ahead and edit the kernel parameters. And what I'm going to do is simply type init equals bin/bash. So what I'm doing is replacing the init system. I'm telling the kernel to use bash as the init system. I'll go ahead and execute this configuration. So instead of running the normal init process that executes the startup scripts and asks you for passwords and that sort of thing, just the bash shell is executed. To protect against this tactic, we need to stop someone from passing in arguments to the kernel. To do this, we can require a password on the bootloader before you are allowed to make any changes. Here's how to password protect the grub bootloader. First, we're going to place some configuration in etc grub.d. You can place the configuration anywhere you want, but I recommend using the 40_custom file since it shouldn't be overwritten even when the grub package is updated. Go ahead and modify that file, and what we're going to do here is put in set super users equals, and then you can choose a username. I'm just going to use root. You can put anything here. You could put Jason, you could put Bob, you could put admin. This is not operating system related. This is for the bootloader. So we'll set super users in this example to root, and we'll go ahead and put a password on this root account. We'll set the password for the root account to root. I know that's not very secure, but this is just a simple example. Now, if you want to encrypt the passwords, you can use the grub to make password pbkdf2 command on CentOS or RHEL, or it's the grub-mkpasswd-pbkdf2 on Ubuntu systems. So just look for grub and mkpassword as it varies from distribution to distribution. So if I run this and I enter a password, then we get this output. So instead of using password root root, then instead of using password root root, what we would use would be password _ pbkdf2 root, and then this long output that's on your screen here, grub.pbkdf2.sha5112, etc. And that's what would go in that 40_custom file if you wanted to use an encrypted password, which I actually recommend. Next, you should rebuild the grub.cfg file. Again, this will differ a bit depending on how your distribution implemented grub. For CentOS and Red Hat, the command is grub2 make config -o for output, and then we'll supply the path to the grub.conf file. And we'll go ahead and hit enter, and it will generate that configuration and use that additional configuration we added in the custom file for grub. If you're using Ubuntu, the command is update grub. Again, you're going to have to refer to the documentation for your specific distribution. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reboot the system and boot into single user mode, or attempt to boot into single user mode, and we'll see if this works. So I'm here, and I would normally press E, and I'll go ahead and do that now. And now it's asking for a username. And this is the username that we supplied in the grub configuration. In this example, I use root, but again, you could use any username that you'd like. Then let me supply a wrong password. If you supply the wrong password, you get booted to the main menu, and then I'll do it again, this time with the correct password. Now I have access to the kernel parameters. Again, using a password on the bootloader prevents someone from booting into single user mode or bypassing it entirely by passing init equals bin bash to the kernel. Even this solution isn't perfect because if you have physical access to the system, you can simply insert your own bootable CD, DVD, or USB device. I'm going to insert a virtual CD into our virtual CD-ROM here on our virtual machine. I'll just go ahead and use this disk image. And I'm going to hit the power button, again, the virtual power button for this example. But again, this is exactly how you would do it if you had access to the physical system. So here we're booting from the CD. This CD is a CentOS install disk, which also has some built-in rescue and troubleshooting tools. I'm going to select the troubleshooting menu and then select rescue a CentOS system. Now this system has been booted from this CD, and on this particular CD it asks me if I would like to try to mount the file systems, and I'll go ahead and say continue to go ahead and let the CD try to go ahead and mount the file systems for me. Alright, I'll press enter to get to a shell, and here I am at the root shell. Whoops. And then there are my disks. They're mounted under mount sysimage. And I can go in here, for example, I'll go to boot, grub2, and then I can just edit this grub.cfg file. And we'll look for here is the configuration we added, the superusers equals root and the password. And I could simply just edit this out, reboot the system. I'll go ahead and do that now. And now we have access to grub without a password. Alright, now I've interrupted the boot process and I hit E to edit the configuration, and I'm not prompted for a password. The important thing to remember here is that if someone can gain access to the storage that your server uses, they can do whatever they want to with it. If your disks, or a virtual disk rather, live in the cloud, then the service provider can potentially access your virtual disk and view and modify them. The way to mitigate this risk in this scenario is to encrypt your data. We'll talk about encryption in another part of the course. If you don't want someone to easily read or alter the data on your system's disks, then you should encrypt it. When you encrypt your data, it looks like a large blob of random data. For example, if you were to encrypt the text "let me in 123, it might look like the seemingly random series of letters and numbers displayed on your screen. The OS can't operate on this nonsensical data, so after you encrypt your data, you need to allow the operating system and its applications access to that data in a way that can be understood by them. In short, the OS needs access to the decrypted or unlocked form of that data. To unlock the encrypted data, a user needs to supply some sort of secret information. This can be a passphrase or a key file. In some cases, this passphrase or key is used to encrypt and decrypt the data. In other cases, it's used to unlock the master key that is used to do the actual encryption and decryption. In any case, it's stored in memory for as long as the encrypted device is mounted. If you're going to use a passphrase, it's important to point out the significance of that passphrase. This passphrase or password is the weak link. If it's an easily guessed password, then the encryption is useless. So don't write the passphrase on a sticky note and post it on the front of your server. And don't use easy to guess and common passwords like 123456 and let me in. DMCrypt, which stands for Device Mapper Crypt, is a kernel-level encryption subsystem that provides transparent disk encryption. That means that the files are available immediately after mounting a file system that resides on a de-encrypted device. DMCrypt creates a new block device in /dev/mapper. Any writes to that device will be encrypted and any reads will be decrypted. Because DMCrypt encrypts block devices, the encryption is happening below the file system layer. This means that you can use a de-encrypted device just like you would any other block device. You can put a file system directly on that block device, or you can use it as part of an LVM, Logical Volume Manager, setup. You don't have to worry about encrypting or decrypting. It's transparent to you as a user or system administrator once the initial setup is performed. Here is a diagram that illustrates this concept. Starting at the bottom, the physical block device, the disk, is accessed through its device file located at /dev/sda2. If you configure that device to be a de-encrypted device, a new virtual block device file would be created. In this example, that device is /dev/mapper/home. That virtual block device could be used like any other block device. Here we created an ext4 file system directly on that device. Finally, that file system was mounted on /home. When you create a file in /home, the file system will take care of all the details of how to store that file on the underlying block device of /dev/mapper/home. Any writes to /dev/mapper/home are encrypted by DMCrypt and written to the underlying physical disk. This is totally transparent. The file system doesn't need to know anything about the encryption. It just used a virtual block device like any other block device. The encryption and decryption is taken care of by DMCrypt. Writes are encrypted by DMCrypt and reads are decrypted by it. LUKS, which stands for Linux Unified Key Setup, is a standard for Linux disk encryption and is compatible across different distributions. LUKS is really a front end for DMCrypt. Instead of using DMCrypt directly to set up disk encryption, you'll want to use LUKS. LUKS allows you to use multiple, up to 8 at the time of this recording, passphrases. These passphrases are used to decrypt the master key, which is actually used to perform the encryption. These passphrases can be changed as well as revoked without having to re-encrypt all the data stored on the encrypted device. LUKS stores all the required setup information in the partition header of the encrypted device, which enables you to transport or migrate data seamlessly from one Linux distribution to another. If you would like to encrypt a USB drive or some other removable media, LUKS can be used to protect those devices. You don't have to just use LUKS on permanent storage devices. If your chosen distro has an option to set up encryption during install, this can be the easiest way to go. The price you pay for this convenience is not having complete configuration control over the process. However, the defaults are usually good and work for the overwhelming majority of situations. The CentOS and Red Hat installers have a checkbox to encrypt data on the disk during the installation process. You can see the little checkbox on the lower left-hand side of the screen. After you've clicked that checkbox, you'll need to provide a passphrase. It also asks you to confirm your passphrase. Here's what it looks like after the installation is done and when you boot the system. You have to provide that passphrase or the system will not boot. The process for Ubuntu is very similar. Here you select the option to set up encryption. Next, you'll need to enter a passphrase. Ubuntu does a really great job of telling you how important this passphrase is. You'll want to use a strong passphrase and remember it. On boot, you'll be prompted for the passphrase in order to unlock your data and finish booting the system. The following process that I'm about to show you will work for any device that can be presented to your system. If you plug in a USB drive to your Linux system, create a new virtual disk for your Linux VM, or present a virtual volume to your Linux cloud instance, you can use this process. It's important to point out that what we're about to do will remove all the data that exists on that device. I have a virtual machine here, and what I'm going to do is present a physical, or I guess a virtual disk to it in this instance. So again, I'm going to make sure it's powered off. I'm going to go to the settings of that machine. I'm going to add some storage here. Just create a new hard disk device. We'll create a new disk, and we'll leave it at 8 GB. That's fine. Again, this would be the equivalent of physically putting another disk inside a server. So now I'm going to power that server on. Okay, now the system is booted, and I'm going to go ahead and log into it here. We need the crypt setup utility in order to set up LUKS and encryption on our system, and it doesn't look like it's currently installed on this one. So typically I would just search for the software here. It's a CentOS 7 or a RHEL 7 equivalent machine, and I'm just going to use yum search, crypt setup. And then I can see that the package name here is crypt setup. I do believe on earlier versions such as Red Hat 6 and CentOS 6, it's crypt setup-LUKS. So I'm going to go ahead and install crypt setup now. We also attach the disk before we boot it up. Let's run fdisk-l to list the devices in our system and see if we can find out what device file is associated with our disk. Here, dev SDA, which is already being used, is 85 gig. That's not it. But if you look below that, dev SDB is about an 8 GB drive, which is the size of the disk that we presented to this system. So the device is dev SDB for this new disk that we installed. If you want to ensure that no unencrypted data is left on the device that we're about to encrypt, let's fill it with random data. Doing so will also conceal or obscure the parts of the device that contain encrypted data as opposed to just random data. To do this, we'll use a utility like shred. I'll do shred-v, which is for verbose, -n, which is the number of iterations, and I'll do just one. We'll just pass over this device once, and we'll supply the file here, dev sdb. What this command is doing is writing random data to that disk. Next, we're going to initialize the device. To do that, I'll run sudo crypt setup LUKS format and then pass it that device. This will go ahead and ask us for our passphrase here. Now that it's initialized, we can go ahead and open the device. We'll run crypt setup LUKS open and pass the device to it, which is /dev/SDB in this case, and a name that will be used to create the virtual block device in /dev mapper. So we'll just use opt as an example. Supply the passphrase. That opens the device, and now we should have a virtual block device in dev mapper. Let's just look at the last few entries there. You can see that the virtual block device was created in /dev/mapper/opt. Now we can use that virtual block device like any other block device. I'm going to go ahead and just put a file system directly on that device. So we'll run mkfs, we'll make it an ext4 file system. We'll run that on that device there. Okay, that's created. So now let's go ahead and mount our file system on /opt. I'll create an entry in the fs tab for it. Dev mapper opt. We're going to mount it on /opt. It's an ext4 file system. We don't need any specialized mounting options, and that will be our entry there. So we can go ahead and mount that device. And when we look there, we can see that opt is mounted on /dev/mapper/opt. Now, when we create files and place them in opt, they will be encrypted. From this point on, we use the file system like we normally would and allow LUKS and dencrypt to handle the encryption. Here, I'll just create a simple little file. Oops, I need root permission here. We'll do it like this. In order for the device to be mounted at boot time, we'll need to make an entry in /etc/crypt tab. This will cause you to be prompted for the passphrase during the boot process so the device can be opened. The first piece of information we need to supply is the name that we used, and here we used op, so we'll just place this here, and that will be the virtual block device that gets created in /dev/mapper. Next, we need to supply the underlying block device. Here it's /dev/sdb. The next field in this file is for the passphrase, but we can specify none here, and that will force us to be prompted for the password on boot. The last column here is for options, and we're just going to use the LUK standard format. So we'll type in LUKS there. Go ahead and write and save that file. Also want to point out that the crypt tab supports the UUID equals, UUID syntax, just like the FS tab file does here. And you can get that information by running blkid, and then you can see the UUIDs of these block devices. And then the one we're looking for is the crypto LUKS device, which is in this case /dev/sdb. So if you wanted to use this format instead of supplying /dev/sdb in the crypt tab file, you would instead supply UUID equals 21125, etc. there. This is probably a better option for removable devices that you can't guarantee will have the same physical device file associated with it at each boot. So now that we have the crypt tab set up, let me just go ahead and quickly show you that it will ask for the password when we perform a reboot. There it is. It's asking for our password. We'll go ahead and enter it. Quickly log in here. And you can see that opt is mounted on that virtual block device file of /dev/mapper/opt. Let's say you didn't want to automatically mount this volume on boot, but instead you want to use this device for a while and then stop using it. So let's go ahead and remove its entry from etc crypt tab. I'll just comment it out there. And also remove it from FS tab. Again, I'll just place a comment there. And let's go ahead and reboot. Okay, let's run through the manual process of using this device. First, we'll open it. We'll run sudo crypt setup lux open /dev/sdb and opt here. And that is the virtual block device name that will be created in /dev/mapper. Now it's asking for the passphrase for this device, and we'll go ahead and supply that. Okay, it created our device file. So now we'll just go ahead and mount it. Mount it on opt. And then we can look in opt and you can see that the hello text file is there from earlier. Once you're done, you can go ahead and unmount the device. And finally, we need to close the encrypted device. We'll do this by running sudo crypt setup lux close, and then we'll give the name of the device. And you can see that the virtual block device has been removed from /dev/mapper. We've been talking about using block devices that you have direct access to, but what if you're in an environment where that's not the case? For example, some cloud providers don't give you block level access to volumes. In this case, you would use a file as the device that you encrypt. Let's start off by creating a non-sparse file. going to run strings on that, and that should pull out any string data from that file, but it's really just an empty file at this point. So if you want to be more secure, write random data to that file. So here's how to do that. I would use the dd command. IF stands for input file. We'll use dev urandom. OF is output file. We'll use data/opt. BS is a byte size. We'll use a byte size of 1 megabyte, and then we'll just use a count of 100. So 100 times 1 megabyte would be 100 megabytes in size. So we'll run this command here. And this command will take a little bit since the random data has to be generated before it can be written to the file. So now we'll go ahead and run the same command here on that file. And then now you can see that there's a lot of random data in that file. From here, the rest of the process is really the same. We'll go ahead and use LUKS format on this file just like it was a regular block device. Now that it's initialized, I'll go ahead and open it. Again, supplying the name that we want to use as the virtual block device. Go ahead and create a file system on that. And now we can mount that. Let's go ahead and look at that mount point there. And you can see that it's mounted on /dev/mapper/opt. And let's look at the block devices here. And let's specifically look at the crypto one here. You can see that the file is being accessed through dev loop 0, which is a loopback device that allows files to be treated like a block device. What we've been talking about is encrypting a new device. But what if you want to encrypt a device that already has data? There isn't a tool to do that conversion, really. You would first take a backup of that device. Let's say you want to protect the contents of /home and it lives on its own partition. First, back up the contents of /home. You could tar up the contents and store it on another server, for example. From there, you follow the same procedure as you did with a new device. You overwrite the contents of that partition with a utility like shred, then you LUKS format that device, then you LUKS open that device, create a new file system on it, and then finally mount it. Once it's mounted, restore the backup to this newly encrypted device. Finally, configure etc tab and etc crypt tab, and you're done. Typically, when you press Ctrl-Alt-Delete all at the same time, your Linux system initiates a reboot. If an attacker could get access to the keyboard of the system, then they could initiate a reboot. That would allow them to boot into single user mode or bypass a init, for example. It's practically like having access to the power button. So, in what cases would someone have access to the keyboard of a machine, but not the power button? The most common case would be a remote console of some sort. Some hardware vendors provide this capability where you can connect over the network to the remote console and type commands into the computer just like you had plugged a keyboard into it. Many of those have virtual power buttons as well. There are some remote consoles that are really KVM devices. KVM, of course, stands for keyboard, video, and mouse. If an attacker gained access to the network KVM, then they could send keystrokes to your system. They wouldn't have access to the power button, but they could send a Ctrl-Alt-Delete sequence. To protect against this scenario, we'll configure our system to ignore Ctrl-Alt-Delete instead of rebooting. On systems that use systemd, you simply mask or disable the Ctrl-Alt-Delete target. The first command, systemctl mask Ctrl-Alt-Delete.target, disables it. Typically, it's just a pointer to the reboot target. To make the change effective now, instead of waiting for a reboot, run systemctl daemon-reload. If you're using a system with an older style init process, simply take out the Ctrl-Alt-Delete line from the etc init tab and reload init. In this section of the course, you learned about the various physical security threats that a Linux system may face. You also learned several guidelines to follow that will help reduce the risk of someone gaining physical access to your Linux systems in the first place. From there, we talked about how to thwart attackers who try to boot your systems into single user mode. Next, you learned how to password protect the bootloader to prevent unauthorized users from bypassing the init system and getting direct access to your data. From there, you learned how to protect your block devices with LUKS encryption. Finally, you learned how to disable reboots when Ctrl-Alt-Delete is pressed. In this section of the course, you'll learn about PAM. We'll talk about the different types of accounts you'll find on a Linux system and the special precautions you need to take with each account type. Next, you'll learn how to enforce good password security practices on your Linux systems. You'll be introduced to shadow passwords and why they're important. From there, you'll learn how to make an account's password expire, how to expire an account itself, and how to lock and unlock accounts. Next, we'll talk about monitoring log files and using intrusion detection systems. Finally, we'll be touching on multi-factor authentication and a couple of ways that can be implemented in Linux. Let's talk about user and account security on Linux systems. Once someone has an account on a system, they have greater access to that system. Said another way, it's easier to attack a system if you can gain access to an account on that system. One of the most common attacks is a privilege escalation attack. A privilege escalation attack involves gaining elevated access to resources that are normally protected from a user. A bug in the software running on the system may be exploited, or an insecure configuration can be exploited to elevate their privileges. The first line of defense is to keep unwanted users from getting access to an account. The next line of defense is to secure the account so that they only have access to what they need on the system and nothing more. In order to secure the accounts on a Linux system, we first need to understand how authentication works on Linux. PAM, which stands for Pluggable Authentication Modules, is a centralized authentication mechanism used on Linux systems. Historically, each application had to provide its own method for authenticating users. For example, the login program would directly check the etc password and etc shadow files to verify the provided username and password were valid. With PAM, applications and services can offload that work to PAM. Now the login program relies on PAM to authenticate users. As new authentication methods become available, authentication modules can be created for those methods and then used by PAM-aware applications and services. For example, if you want to use a hardware device connected to your system that scans fingerprints, an authentication module would be used to verify that the fingerprint scanned matches a valid user. The login command doesn't have to be rewritten to handle fingerprint-based authentications. It can simply rely on PAM to do the verification. PAM configuration files live in etc pam.d. Each PAM-aware application or service has a file for its configuration in the etc pam.d directory. For example, the configuration file for the login application is /etc/pam.d/login, while the configuration file for SSHD is /etc/pam.d/sshd. The configuration file contains a list of directives. These directives are comprised of a module interface, a control flag, the module name, and any module arguments. PAM uses 4 different types of module interfaces. These module interfaces correspond to the different aspects of the authorization process. The auth module interface authenticates users. In the most basic scenario, it requests and verifies the validity of a password. The account module interface verifies if access is allowed. It checks to make sure that the account isn't locked and its password hasn't expired. If you have configured restrictions for when an account can be used, that is validated with this interface. For example, you could configure accounts such that they can only be used during normal business hours. The password module interface is used for changing passwords. The session module interface manages sessions. Modules with this interface can perform additional actions such as mounting a user's home directory. Be aware that a module can provide any or all of these interfaces. All PAM modules generate a success or failure result when they're called. Control flags tell PAM what to do with a result. Modules can be listed or stacked in a particular order, and the control flags determine how important the success or failure of a particular module is to the overall goal of authenticating the user to the service. When the required control flag is present, the module result must be successful for authentication to continue. If the test fails at this point, the user is not notified until the results of all module tests that reference that interface are complete. The requisite control flag is much like the required control flag. However, the user is notified immediately with a message reflecting the first failed required or requisite module test. No other modules are invoked beyond this point. If a module flagged with sufficient succeeds and no other required modules have failed, then the user is immediately authenticated. No other modules are checked at this point. However, if the module fails, then it's ignored and the directives in the configuration file are checked. The optional control flag causes the result of the module to be ignored, unless it is the only module that references the interface. The include control flag pulls in or includes all the lines in the configuration file which match the given parameter and appends them as an argument to the module. This control flag is typically used to pull in configuration that applies to multiple PAM-aware services. These control flags that I've just shared with you are called simple control flags. There are many complex control flags that can be set using attribute equals value pairs. A complete list of attributes is available in the pam.d man page. Let's look at a sample PAM configuration. PAM configuration files, like most other configuration files, use a hash mark or # to indicate a comment. The first line in this file is a comment. The second line in the file is a directive. Auth is the module interface, required is the control flag, and PAM secure tty.so is the authentication module. The three lines that start with auth are known as a stack. In this case, all three directives are required to succeed in order for authentication to be successful. The auth required PAM secure TTY line ensures that if the user is trying to log in as root, the TTY on which the user is logging in is listed in the etc secure TTY file, if that file exists. If the TTY is not listed in the file, any attempt to log in as root fails. The next line uses the PAM Unix module. This module prompts the user for a password and then checks the password using the information stored in etc password and etc shadow. The null OK argument instructs the PAM Unix module to allow blank passwords. The PAM login module is used to prevent non-root users from logging onto the system when either the etc no login or var run no login files are present. As a system administrator, you can use these files to keep people from logging into the system while you perform maintenance, for example. When a user logs in, the contents of the no login file will be displayed to them. Let's move on to the account required pam_unix.so line. The account interface of the PAM Unix module performs any necessary account verification, such as checking to make sure the account hasn't expired. If the password on the account has expired, the next line comes into play. It uses the PAM PW quality module with an argument of retry equals 3. This module prompts the user to enter a new password and then perform some quality tests on that password, including to see if it's a dictionary word. If the password fails the quality test, the retry equals 3 argument tells the module to give the user 2 additional chances to create an acceptable password before returning with an error. The next line uses the password interface of the PAM Unix module. The arguments are shadow, null OK, and use auth toke. The backslash you see here is simply a line continuation character. If you were to place this on one line, then you wouldn't need to use that backslash. The shadow argument tells PAM Unix to use shadow passwords. The null OK argument allows the user to change their password from a blank password. If this argument isn't used, a null password is treated as a locked account. The use auth toke argument tells the module not to prompt for a password, but to use any password that was gathered by a previous password module. This allows us to use the PAM PW quality module to enforce strong passwords. This particular example highlights the importance of the order in which PAM directives are listed. Finally, the last line of this configuration uses the session interface of the PAM Unix module, which logs when a user logs into or out of the system. If you want to understand exactly what a module does, what interfaces it supports, and what arguments it expects, refer to its documentation. The simplest way to do this is to drop the .so extension, which stands for shared object, by the way, and then pass it as an argument to the man command. So if you want to read up on the pam_unix.so module documentation, you would run man space pam_unix. We'll be coming back to PAM from time to time throughout this course. Now that you understand how PAM works in general, we can get into some specific account security measures and how you can go about creating configurations for those measures. Before we go any further, I want to talk about the 3 different types of accounts that are found on a Linux system. The most powerful account on a Linux system is the root account, also known as the superuser. Root can do anything. If you're logged into the root account, you can see all the files on the system. You can install or remove software. You can change the network configuration. You can create, modify, and delete users and everything else you can do on a Linux system. This special account always has a UID or user ID of 0. The account name, like root or Jason, is just for the convenience of us humans. The Linux system doesn't care about account names. It looks at the UID of an account. This is an important concept because if I were to set the UID of another account on the system to be 0, then that account would have super user privileges because the Linux system looks at the UID, not the account name. All other accounts on the system that do not have a UID of 0 are normal accounts. However, for organization and administrative purposes, accounts that are used for system services have UIDs lower than 1000. That number is configurable, and system accounts used to have UIDs lower than 500 by default. That configuration lives in the etc login.defs file. When you create an account with user add, for example, you specify the -r flag to create an account in the system account range. Otherwise, the user account command will create an account in the normal user account range. As far as the Linux system is concerned, there is no real difference between an account that has a UID of 999 and one that has a UID of 1000. However, there is a big difference between an account that has a UID of 0 and one that does not. But for system accounts and user accounts, this UID range simply helps us system administrators quickly determine if an account is likely to be used by a human or if it's intended to be used by a service or an application. Before we get into the specifics of securing each type of account, let's look at some concepts and security measures that can be used for all account types. If you don't enforce password policies on your system, then users may use weak passwords like 123456 or let me in. Allowing weak passwords increases the odds of an attacker breaking into a system using a brute force attack where they systematically try a series of common passwords, dictionary words, and frequently used patterns. To protect against weak passwords, use a PAM module such as PAM pwquality. It's based on PAM cracklib, which was the older method of ensuring password quality. If you're looking at the PAM configuration of an older system, you might see PAM cracklib instead of PAM pwquality. You would use this module as part of a directive in a PAM configuration file. To see all the available options and arguments for the module, you can run man space pam_pwquality. Historically, passwords were stored in an encrypted or hashed format in the /etc/PASSWD file. The first field in /etc password contains the account name. The second field contains the encrypted password. The third field is the UID, and so on. The downside to storing passwords in etc password is that the file is required to be readable by all users on the system, as many programs and utilities use it to convert UIDs into usernames. This meant that anyone could view the encrypted passwords of any other user, including root. Those encrypted passwords were susceptible to dictionary or brute force attacks. The encrypted passwords could be copied to another system and cracked. This way, an attacker wouldn't have to actually attempt authentication on the system and risk being detected by the log file noise that failed login attempts would generate. When shadow passwords are enabled, the encrypted password in the etc password file is replaced with an X, and the actual encrypted password is stored in etc shadow. The etc shadow file is only readable by the root user, thus reducing the likelihood of brute force attacks. If you encounter a system that is not using shadow passwords, you can convert it by running the pwconv command as root. If you want to stop using shadow passwords, you can run the pwunconv command. Each line of the etc shadow file contains fields separated by colons. The first field is the username. The second is for the encrypted password. The third field is the day since the epoch of the last password change. The epoch for Linux and Unix systems is January 1st, 1970. The next field represents the number of days until another password change is allowed. Next is the number of days before a password change is required. The sixth field is how many days before a password expires to warn the user of that password expiration. Next is the days before the account becomes inactive. Next is the day since epoch when the password expires. The last field is reserved for future use. All these additional fields in the etc shadow file allow us to have greater control over the accounts on the system. Use chage-l followed by an account to display the aging information for the given account. In this example, the password was last changed on April 1st, 2016 for the Jason account. The password is set to never expire as the account itself is set to never expire. When the value for the number of days between password changes is 0, that allows the user to change their password at any time. The existing password on the account is good for 99,999 days. If this account's password were to expire, the user would be warned 7 days in advance. You can also use the chage command to change the expiry configuration for an account. For example, you can use the -M option followed by a number which represents the maximum number of days during which a password is valid. If you want to force a user to change their password every 30 days, you would run chage space -N space 30 followed by the account name. To set a date on which a user's account will expire and no longer be accessible, use the -E option followed by the number of days since epoch or a day in year-month-day format. To unexpire or unlock an account, use -1 as the expiration date. Use the -D option to set the last day the password was changed. At first thought, this might not make much sense, but you can use this option to force a user to change their password at their next login. The easiest way to do this is to use 0 as the date. Just like many other commands, these options can be combined. For example, you could force a password reset with the -D option and set the number of days that a password remains valid with the -M option. For a complete set of options, refer to the man page for chage. You can set the default account aging options in the etc login.defs file. The pass max days setting controls the maximum number of days a password may be used. Pass min days sets the minimum number of days allowed between password changes. Pass min len controls the minimum acceptable password length. Finally, pass warn age controls the number of days a warning is given before a password expires. If you want to keep users from reusing their previous passwords, use the password interface to the PAM PW history module. By default, it stores the previous 10 passwords used by each account in the etc security password file. If you want to change the default number of passwords to remember, use remember equals followed by the number of passwords to remember as an argument to the PAM PW history module. First, let's look at the first entry in the etc password file. There are several fields in the etc password file, each separated by a colon. The first field is the account name, which is root. The second field is the password field. When it has an X in it like it does here, that means the password is stored in the etc shadow file. The next field is the UID of the account, which is 0. This is what is used by the OS. It will translate this UID into the account name for the sake of us humans, but it acts on the UID. Let me show you. I'm going to create an account called Jim. Going to set a password for Jim here. I'll switch to that account and you can see that it's just another account on the system and it's nothing special. If I run the whoami command, it shows that, yep, I'm Jim. So I'll go ahead and exit out of this account. So if I were to set the UID of Jim to be 0, then that account would act just like the root account. Let me do that real quick. Go down here to the Jim account, and instead of 1003, we'll place 0 in the UID slot. So now I'm going to switch users to Jim. So look at what just happened. Look at the prompt. I have a root prompt. The system treats the account exactly like the root account because it has a UID of 0. Let me show you the UID real quick. Again, ID is equal to 0, so it thinks it's the root account. And if I say, who am I? It says your root because UID 0 is associated with the root account. So it's extremely important that only one account have a UID of 0 on a Linux system, and that account should be the root account. Here's a command you can run to print out all the accounts on a system that have a UID of 0. We'll use awk. -F stands for field separator. Since etc password is made up of several fields separated by a colon, we'll use -F with a colon. Go ahead and start the awk commands here. And what this does is, if the third field represented by $3 is equal to 0, then we'll print that line. Here you can see that there are two accounts with a UID of 0. Let me go ahead and remove the UID of 0 from the Jim account. And I'll rerun that command. And you can see that this is what we expect to happen. Only one account, the root account, has a UID of 0. If you need to lock an account, you can do so by running the passwd command followed by -L followed by the account name. To unlock the account, run password -U followed by the account name. Another way to lock an account or make sure it's not used interactively is to set the account's shell to no login. On your screen are a couple of sample entries from etc password. The first entry is from a CentOS system and the other one is from an Ubuntu system. In both cases, they are system accounts that should not be used interactively. The path to no login is different on these distributions, but the concept remains the same. If you were to switch to these accounts, you would get a message from the no login command that says the account is not available. You can manually edit the etc password file, but the preferable way to change shells on an account is to use the ch command. You can use the -S option to supply the path to the desired shell. To lock the JSON account on a CentOS system, I would run ch space -s space /sbin/no-login space JSON. You can also set the shell to some other command. Historically, the shell would have been set to /bin/false, so you may see that on some older systems. I just wanted to quickly point out that if you configured your systems to authenticate against a central authentication system like LDAP or FreeIPA, then when you lock an account, you can lock it everywhere. The obvious downside of using a centralized system like this is if an attacker gained access to that system, they can gain access to all the other systems that use it for authentication. Let's say you want to keep users from logging into your Linux system for a period of time. One way to do this is to take advantage of the PAM no login module. If the module is enabled in your PAM configuration, when you create the /etc no login or var run no login file, logins are disabled. You can place a message in that file that will be displayed to users when they attempt to log in. To re-enable logins, just simply remove the etc no login or var run no login file. A record is created when someone logs into the system. For example, the last command displays a list of last logged in users by looking at entries in the var log wtemp file. Wtemp, in this case, is spelled WTMP. Failed login attempts are recorded as well. The last B command displays failed attempts by examining the /var/log/btemp file. Again, that's BTMP in this case. The last log command reports the last time a user has logged in. This information is stored in /var/log/lastlog. Authentication information may be stored in various other log files as well. This actually depends on the configuration being used by the system logger. Common places to find authentication logs are in var log messages, var log syslog, var log secure, and var log auth.log. Again, consult the configuration of your system logger for your distribution. Instead of manually examining authentication logs, you can use an intrusion prevention system, or IPS, also known as an intrusion detection and prevention system, IDPS, such as fail-to-ban. Typically, fail-to-ban is configured to create a firewall rule to block the IP address of an attacker who is attempting a brute force attack. If repeated failed login attempts are detected, the IP address is blocked. Fail-to-ban is usually configured to unblock a host or an IP address within a certain period of time so as to not permanently lock out a genuine connection that may have been temporarily misconfigured. Fail-to-ban can be configured to monitor any service that writes login attempts to a log file. Fail-to-ban even ships with filters for popular software such as Apache, VSFTPD, Qmail, and Postfix. We've talked about using multi-factor authentication before. It's typically comprised of something you know, such as a password, and something you have. At the time of this recording, there are at least a few good options for multi-factor authentication for Linux systems. One solution is to install and configure the Google Authenticator PAM module. When you connect via SSH, you will be prompted for the code that is being displayed on your Google Authenticator device, such as your phone. Another option is provided by Duo Security. When you connect to a system via SSH, Duo Security will send a message to your phone asking if you want to allow the connection to continue. You can also configure your system to use an RSA Secure ID token. Like Google Authenticator, it displays a series of numbers that rotate. When you connect to the system, you'll be prompted for the code that is currently displayed on your device. Using multi-factor authentication mechanisms such as these can really tighten up account security. These are some popular options at the time of this recording, but there are other options available and these may change over time. Let's talk about the root account. You already know that it's the most important and powerful account on a Linux system. Avoid using this account as your main account. Even if you are the only user on the system, create a normal user account for yourself and use it as your main account. Avoid logging in directly as the root user. Instead, log into your normal user account and then escalate your privileges to root as needed. If root logins are allowed, that means an attacker has the opportunity to get direct access to the root account as well. It's best to block direct logins from the root user, and I'll show you how to do that in just a bit. If you need root privileges to perform a task, use sudo. Sudo stands for super user do. You simply precede the command you want to run as root with a sudo command. You can use sudo to get a root shell, but avoid doing that if possible. That would really be the same as running su ---- root. The only entry in the log file would be the time when a given user switched to the root account. No other logs would be available. Sudo keeps a log of who ran what command and when, creating a better audit trail than simply using su. Don't use the same root password on every system. You want to create layers of security whenever possible. Each system should be its own little container or layer. If you use the same root password on all of your systems, then if one system gets compromised, then the rest can be easily compromised. Ensure that the root user is the only account in etc password that has an ID of 0. Remember that Linux doesn't care about usernames, it operates on user ID numbers. If another account has a UID of 0, it has super user privileges. Here's a command on your screen that you can run to ensure that only the root account has a UID of 0. One way to disable root logins is to take advantage of the PAM secure TTY module. I've included a commonly used PAM directive on your screen. The backslash is the line continuation character, so it wouldn't be present if everything was on one line. This line, or one very similar to this, will usually be found in the default PAM configuration on most Linux distributions. If you want to disable root logins for other services such as graphical logins with GDM, KDM, etc., then add that line to the PAM configuration file for that service. The etc secure TTY file contains a list of devices, one per line, where root is allowed to log in. If you only want root to log into the console, just list console. If you only want root to log into TTY1, which is the first virtual console on a Linux machine, list TTY1. If you want to allow logins from multiple places, list each one on a separate line. To disable root logins, use a blank etc secure tty file. Even if the file is empty, root access is allowed in single user mode, so you won't totally lock yourself out of your system. To disable root from SSHing into a system, edit the etc ssh sshd_config file and add a permit root login no line. Have sshd reload the configuration. If you're using systemd, the command is systemctl reload sshd. Now you won't be able to log in as the root user via SSH. We'll be talking more about SSH security settings in the networking section of this course. By default, there are several system accounts on a Linux system. Some people refer to these accounts as application accounts and others call them service accounts. These accounts are associated with various services. It's a best practice to associate one service account with one service. For example, if your system runs a web server, then have an account that runs that web service and owns the web server data. Unless you have a good reason to do so, keep system and service accounts locked. Remember, one way to do that is to set the account's shell to no login. If you do enable the account for interactive use, i.e. you give the account a real shell, then set the password to something nobody knows and don't let anyone log into the account directly. You can disable SSH access for specific accounts by using the deny users directive in the sshd config file. Provide a list of users that you don't want to allow direct SSH access to following the deny users keyword. Instead of sharing the account directly, use sudo to access the account. Sudo can be configured to allow users to run commands as other accounts, not just the root account. So let individual users log into the system as themselves and then use the sudo command to run commands as the application user. Again, it's best to avoid letting people switch to the application account because then it's difficult, if not impossible, to tell which individual user did what at that point. We want to keep our audit trail intact, so don't let users share accounts, one user per account. When a person no longer requires access to the system, at least disable their account, but preferably delete their account. This goes for service accounts as well. If the service is no longer needed, uninstall the service software and remove the associated account. To delete the user's home directory when deleting the account, use the -r flag to the user del command. This does not remove other files on the system that belong to the user, however. Once the user is deleted, those files are still owned by the UID of the user. If a new account were to get created with that UID, then they would now own those files. Remember, Linux doesn't care about usernames, it only cares about user IDs. To find files that belong to the user that you've just deleted, you can run find with the -user option and supply the user's UID. If you want to find all files on the system that do not have an owner, use the -no user option to find. Now you can either delete those files or assign them to the proper owner. I'm going to log into this Linux system as root. Let's go ahead and look at the PAM configuration for login. Here you can see that the auth interface of the PAM_secure TTY module is being used. I'm going to run the W command, which will show what device I'm logged in as. Okay, I'm on TTY1. Now let's look at the etc secure TTY file. Here you can see a list of devices that root is allowed to log into. You can see that TTY1 is listed, and that's what I'm logged into right now. I'm going to remove TTY1 and attempt to log in again. Remove that, write the file, close out, log in as root. And I supplied the root password correctly. I'll do it again. And sure enough, it's not letting me log into the system. So TTY1 represents the first virtual console on a Linux machine. To get to the second virtual console, you type Ctrl-Alt-F2. To get to the third, you type Ctrl-Alt-F3, and so on. So I'm going to switch to the second virtual console right now by typing Ctrl-Alt-F2. Now I should be able to log in as root because TTY2, the second virtual console, is in the etc secure TTY file. Let me try that out. Log in as root. I get access, I run the W command, and sure enough, I'm on TTY2. And tty2 is indeed in the etc secure tty file. I'm going to empty the etc secure tty file. I can do this by a couple different ways. I'll just edit it and just delete all the lines in it and write it. So let me look at that file. Sure enough, nothing's in there. So now when I go to log into root, I should not be allowed. Again, I can't log in as root on this TTY because it's not listed in the secure TTY file. I'll go ahead and log in as myself on my normal user account. And sure enough, that works. So again, the etc secure TTY file controls root logins, but not normal account logins. So if you want to prevent direct root logins, create an empty secure TTY file. For this demo, I'm just going to go ahead and use the root account. First, let's run vi sudo. You can see that it starts an editor. In this case, it's vi. Let me go ahead and exit out of that. And you can specify the editor that you want to use by setting the editor environment variable. I'll go ahead and do that for mine. Set it to nano, and then run vi sudo again. Now you can see that the nano editor was started. I'm going to go ahead and switch back to vi since I'm more comfortable with that editor. Exit out of there. Editor equals vi. Run vi sudo yet again. One big advantage to using vi sudo instead of directly editing the file is that it performs syntax checking. I'm just going to put some invalid data here at the top of the file and then go ahead and save that file like I'm going to write and quit and exit this file. So as you can see, vi sudo detected an error and it asks you what you want to do next. I'm just going to hit the enter key right here to show the options. So at this point, you can either edit the file again, you can abandon your changes, or you can force save them. Now, don't do that because you don't want an invalid sudoers configuration. So I'm going to go ahead and edit the file again, and I will take out this bad data that I put in there. And when I exit this time, there's no error, so the syntax is correct for that file. Let me fire this up one last time here. Now let's create a specification for a user named Bob. I'll just put this at the bottom of the file. And let's allow Bob to run the user bin yum command as the root user on all systems. And we'll go ahead and exit out of sudo here. And then so let's look at what Bob is allowed to run. I'll clear the screen and run sudo-l, and I'll specify Bob with a -U, what user's configuration I want to list. And there it shows that Bob can run the user bin yum command. I can also do -L, which more or less gives more verbose output. We'll do that here for Bob. And then it just puts it in a slightly different format, and it gives a little bit more information here. So now I'm going to go ahead and switch to the Bob account. And if I was Bob and logged into this system, I could run sudo-l as myself, and it will show me what I can do. I'll enter my password there. And again, you can see that Bob is allowed to run the yum command. So let's install some software as Bob, since that's what the yum command allows us to do. I'll run yum, install, and install this program called dstat, which I kind of like to monitor system activities. So it's downloading and installing, and so that command got executed as the root user. I'll go ahead and exit out of here. Let's create a file in etc sudoers.d. So to do this, I'll use vi sudo-f and specify sudoers. Now let's allow Bob to run the whoami command as anyone on the system. Now you can see Bob can run yum as root and whoami as anyone. So we'll switch to Bob's account. When Bob runs whoami, it says he's Bob. So let's use sudo with the -u means run the following command as this user. And I'm going to do that with the user Jason. So now when I execute that command, who am I, it says you're Jason. All right, let's do this again, and let's run a command as the Apache user. And again, the whoami command returns the effective user, which is Apache, because we use sudo to effectively execute the command as the Apache user. So even though this may be a bit of a contrived example, the point is that you can give permissions to one user to run commands as another user and tightly control that access. Also, there's a clear audit trail. This system is configured to log sudo messages into var log secure. Let's look at that file real quick. You can see exactly what user ran what command, and it even tells you what directory they were in when they executed that command. In this section of the course, you'll learn some techniques and strategies to secure network services. You'll also learn how the local firewall works in Linux and how to configure it. From there, we'll talk about information leakage and ways to prevent it. Next, you'll learn how to test for open ports and perform port scans. You'll also learn about xinetd, what it does, and how to secure it. Finally, we'll cover how to secure SSH. Network services are sometimes called daemons, servers, or just services. These services listen on network ports for incoming connections. Network services are often the focal point of attacks on a system. These services or processes are constantly running in the background. Since they are not connected to a terminal, the output they produce, if any, can be viewed in log files. Some services take advantage of the system logger while others create their own log files. This means if you're monitoring log files, you may need to check for logs that live outside of the var log directory. Consult the documentation and configuration for each specific service that you're interested in. These network services are designed to perform a single task. For example, the secure shell daemon, SSHD, handles incoming SSH connections. A web server process like HTTPD listens for and responds to incoming web requests. Use a dedicated user to run the network service. For example, don't run a database as the root user. Instead, create a database user which runs the database service and owns the associated data. That way, if the database service gets exploited, it will only have access to the things that that particular user has access to. If you were to run the database as root and it got exploited, then the attacker would have root privileges and have complete access to the system. Ports below 1024 are known as privileged ports. This is because they require super user privileges to open. For network services that run on these low ports, like a web server running on port 80, the root user can be used to open the port, but then it can drop its privileges to another user. For example, the Apache web server will start the master process as root to open port 80, and then spawn child processes running as the web server user. These processes that run as the web server user are the processes that are actually responding to web requests and doing the work. If you're running a server on a low port, check the configuration of that service to see if you can specify a non-root user to actually perform the work, even though root privileges are required to open the port. Since each service that is running on your system is a potential attack surface, be sure to stop and uninstall each service that you do not need. Better yet, never install them in the first place. Avoid using services that transmit and receive data unencrypted and in the clear. You don't want sensitive data like usernames and passwords to be intercepted by an attacker. Many of the older legacy services that transmit data over the network unencrypted have newer secure alternatives. For example, you can replace Telnet, rlogin, RSH, and FTP with SSH. Stay on top of system and service updates. Exploits for services are routinely found and fixed, so be sure to keep your services updated with the latest security fixes. If you can, use a network service provided by your Linux distribution so you can take advantage of easy updates. If you end up manually installing network services, then the responsibility of keeping up with security fixes is entirely in your hands. Network services listen for connections, and many default to listening on every network interface and address on the system. Configure each service to bind to or listen on only the interfaces and addresses that are needed for that service. For example, let's say you have a server that is running a web server process for your company's website. You want to be able to log into the server over the network, so you configure SSHD. Let's say the server has 2 network connections, one on the public internet so people can get to your website, and one on your private company network. If you allowed SSH to bind to all the addresses on your system, then SSH would be exposed to the outside world. Since only people from inside your company need SSH access, configure SSH to only listen on the private IP address of the server. You could let the web server listen on both the public and private networks so you can monitor the web service from inside your company, for example. The important point is that by not exposing the SSH service to the public network, you reduce your attack surface and increase security. Let's add a database service to the mix. Let's say that your web server needs to store some data in a database and you decide to put that database on the same server. In this example, that database is a MySQL database and listens on port 3306. If you allow the database service to listen on all the network addresses on the server, then you expose yet another attack surface to the outside world. No one from the public internet needs direct access to the database, so don't expose the database on that network. They can make a web request and the web service will access the database as needed. If this database is only being used by the web server that runs on that system, then there's also no need to listen on the private network address either. In this situation, I would bind the database to the loopback address of the server, which is 127.0.0.1. This special IP address is not physically connected to any network. It's used for internal server communications only. Optionally, you could configure the database to listen on the private network address as well. This would allow for external monitoring of the database, for example. However, I would still configure the web server to connect to 127.0.0.1 on port 3306. This ensures that database traffic doesn't leave the server. If you're transferring unencrypted data, this will at least keep that unencrypted data off the network. Not only can you limit what network interface and address a service listens on, you can also use the built-in Linux firewall to further control access to your system and that network service. Continuing with our example, let's say you want to restrict SSH access to only people who work in the IT department. The system administrators, programmers, network engineers, and other IT staff have their computers on the 10.20.30.0/24 network. You would configure the local Linux firewall to drop all network packets that were attempting to connect to SSH unless those connections originated from the IT department's network. If an attacker were to gain access to a computer on another network inside your company, then they still wouldn't be able to SSH to that server. We'll get into the specifics of how to configure the firewall in another lesson, but for now know that using a local firewall is an option. If you want yet another layer of protection, you can use TCP wrappers to define which hosts are or are not allowed to connect to wrapped network services. Wrapped network services are services that are TCP wrapper aware. One of the most popular TCP wrapped services is inetd, or its current incarnation, xinetd. xinetd is a super server which listens for incoming network requests and then dispatches those requests to the proper service. If a network connection makes it past the firewall, then it's examined by TCP wrappers. If the connection is allowed by TCP wrappers, then the request is handed off to the proper service. If the connection is bound to a service that directly supports TCP wrappers, that connection is handed over directly to that service. If the request is bound to a service that xinetd manages, xinetd starts the sub-process or sub-service and hands over the request to it. We'll look at the details of configuring TCP wrappers in another lesson. Avoid information leakage wherever possible. Some network services will report their exact name and version number. An attacker could use this information to look for security holes for that specific application and version. A common example of this is when a web server reports its name, version, and sometimes the operating system that it's running on in the server response field of an HTTP header. Another place information can be leaked is in the message of the day file /etc/motd, which gets displayed when the user logs onto a system. Another place is the etc issue file, which is displayed before a login prompt on the Linux console. Although it's not commonly used today, there may be similar information stored in /etc/issue.net. Historically, this was used for telnet sessions, although you may find some SSH configurations that reference it. We've talked about services and only running the services that you intend to use. So how do you tell what services are currently running on your system, and how do you disable them if you want to? If you're using systemd, run the systemctl command and it will give you a list of the running services. Not everything listed is a network service, but it gives you an idea of what's running on your system. Here's just a snippet of some systemctl output. It shows that a web server is running as well as an SSH server. If you want to stop a systemd controlled service, run systemctl stop followed by the name of the service. To disable a service, run systemctl disable followed by the name of the service. Stopping a service stops it for now, but if it's enabled, then it will start again when the system reboots. To prevent that from happening, disable the service. One way to find out which services are running on your system is to use the netstat command. You can see that I've supplied the N, U, T, L, and P options. N displays the output in numeric format. No IP addresses will be translated into host names. U tells netstat to include the UDP protocol. Likewise, T tells netstat to include TCP. The L option tells netstat to display only listening sockets. Finally, the P option displays the PID and name of the process that is doing the listening. You'll need to run this command with root privileges. The sample output on your screen shows that the SSHD program is listening on port 22 on all IP addresses. That's what 0.0.0.0 represents. However, the master program is listening on the 127.0.0.1 IP address on port 25. That process is part of the postfix mail server, and it's listening on the SMTP port, which is 25. This service will only handle mail for the local system since it's listening on the loopback IP of 127.0.0.1. This is a good practice, and it's something I encourage you to do. If a network service is only going to be used by the local host, bind it to the loopback address so the service is not available over the outside network. Also, this output shows that the DHC client process is listening on UDP port 68. Another way to tell if something is listening on your system is to port scan it. One popular tool for doing that is Nmap. If you are testing your system from the inside itself, you can port scan the local host, or you can port scan your host from the outside. In the simplest form, Nmap is called with an IP address or host name as an argument. It will then scan for open ports and report back what it finds. Here is a sample run of Nmap against the loopback address. It shows that ports 22, 25, and 80 are open. Those are ports for SSH, SMTP, and HTTP. Here is some output from the nmap command run against the public IP address of the server. Notice that port 25 is not listed. That's because the mail service is only listening on the loopback address and not on the public address. Yet another way to look for services on your system is to use the lsof command. LSOF stands for List Open Files. To do this, use the lsof command with the -i option. Remember, practically everything on a Linux system is represented as a file, so we can list the network files, so to speak. So run lsof -i and it will display all the listening and established network connections. If you want to see if a specific port is reachable, you can use the telnet command. Supply the hostname or IP address you want to connect to and then the port number. Historically, telnet was used to log into systems, but you can still use this tool to connect to a port. Once connected, you can even send data over that port by typing in text. You can test some plain text protocols like HTTP or SMTP using this method. You can also use the nc or netcat command to attempt a connection to an open port. Run nc -v followed by the hostname or IP address to connect to, and then what port to connect to. The -v option is for verbose, and using it will cause netcat to clearly print out whether the connection succeeded or failed. Although it's less and less common, you may encounter a service that is controlled by xinetd. If you see an xinetd process listening on a port, when a connection to that port is made, xinetd will actually start the process that is responsible for that port and hand the connection over to that process. To see a list of xinetd supported services, look in the /etc xinetd.d directory. Each service will have its own configuration file. To disable one of those services, ensure that there is a disable equals yes line in the file. To disable xinetd itself, stop the process and make sure it doesn't start on boot. For a system controlled system, run systemctl stop xinetd and then run systemctl disable xinetd. SSH stands for Secure Shell, and it's a network protocol whose primary purpose is to allow you to securely connect to a system over a network. You can connect via SSH using your username and password. However, SSH also allows you to authenticate by using a key. To allow key authentication, be sure that pub key authentication is set to yes in the /etc/ssh/sshd_config file. You can generate an SSH key using the ssh-keygen command. When you execute this command, it will ask you to enter a passphrase. You can also simply hit enter and not use a passphrase on your key. The advantage of using a passphrase is that if someone were to gain access to your key, they would have to know the passphrase to the key before they could use it. The downside to using a passphrase is that it makes automation difficult in cases where you want to automate an unattended SSH connection. The ssh-keygen command creates two files. One is the private key and the other is the public key. By default, these are stored in the .sh subdirectory of your home directory. If you use the ssh-keygen defaults, they will be named id_rsa and id_rsa.pub. It's important that you protect your private key. The public key is stored on the system you wish to connect to. Use the ssh-copy-id command to copy the public key to a remote system. This command will append the public key to the .sh/authorized_keys file on the remote host. Now you'll be able to authenticate using your SSH key. If you want to disable logins using this key pair, simply remove the public key from the authorized keys file on the remote host itself. If you want to enforce the use of keys for authentication, then set password authentication to no in the etc sshd_config file. This protects you against brute force attacks because even if an attacker knows the account password, SSH will not allow them to connect with that password. When you create a new account on the system, you have the user create an SSH key pair and then have them share that public key with you. They can keep the private key to themselves. You don't need that. That is their private key. Then you install that public key into their .sh/authorized keys file, which will allow them to connect to the system. If you want to disable root login, set permit root login to no in the sshd_config file. If you only want to allow SSH connections from root with keys, set permit root login to without -password. You can also restrict SSH access for other users. If you want to specify which users are allowed to connect via SSH, use the allowed users directive and list the allowed users separated by a space following the allow users directive. You can also control SSH access by Linux group. Use the allow groups directive followed by a group or a list of space-separated groups. Now only members of those groups will be allowed to log in via SSH. You can do the reverse, which is to list specific users or groups that will be denied. Use the deny users and deny groups directives for this type of configuration. SSH can be used to forward TCP connections. Let's say a MySQL database is running on server 1 and it's bound to the loopback address on port 3306. Connections from the outside world to port 3306 will not be accepted because MySQL is not listening on the outside network interfaces for connections. You can have SSH forward connections from a port on your local system to a port on or through the remote system. In this example, I could run SSH space -L space 3306:127.0.0.1:3306 space server 1. Now, I could use a MySQL client to connect to port 3306 on my local system, and that connection would be forwarded via SSH to server 1 and delivered to port 3306 on the IP of 127.0.0.1, which is the loopback address of server 1. The advantages to this are, one, that I can use a client on my local machine to access the remote machine, and two, that traffic is encrypted by SSH. That might be okay if that's what you want to allow. However, the downside is that now there is a connection from the outside world into that server on port 3306. Unless the machine that is connected via SSH is using a local firewall, someone else could connect to port 3306 on that system and end up getting access to the database on the remote server. You can also forward TCP connections through a system. For example, let's forward all the local traffic on port 8080 to google.com port 80 through server 1. To do that, I would run SSH space -L 8080:google.com:80 space server 1. Now Google thinks that connections are originating from server 1, even though they are actually originating from another system. You can even take this a step further. Let's forward all of our web browser traffic through server 1. To do that, use the -D option to enable dynamic port forwarding. Here I just simply run SSH space -D, provide a port number, 8080 in this case, and then the server I want to connect to, which is server 1. Now, configure your web browser to use a SOCKS proxy. Use your local system address or 127.0.0.1 and port 8080. Now, all of your web browsing traffic gets tunneled through server 1. Again, if there's no local firewall on your system, then other people can connect through it, and that traffic will be funneled to the outside world through server 1. You can even use SSH to forward connections from the remote system back to your local system. For example, to make server 1 listen on port 2222 and then forward all that traffic back to my local system on port 22, I would run SSH space -R 2222:127.0.0.1:22. If I leave this SSH session running, I could go home or to a coffee shop or wherever and connect to the server on port 2222, which would then tunnel that connection back to my original system in the office on port 22, and I could log into my machine. From there, I would have a shell and I would be on the local network inside my company's firewall. This is another reason why you should use a local firewall on your Linux systems. This scenario assumes that connections from the outside world destined for port 2222 make it to the server, and that server is not blocking port 2222 either. As you can see, allowing TCP forwarding is definitely a security concern. To disable TCP port forwarding, set Allow TCP Forwarding to No. If you decide to allow TCP forwarding, at least make sure to set Gateway Ports to No. This setting controls whether or not remote hosts are allowed to connect to ports forwarded for the client. Setting Gateway Ports to No blocks those remote connections to the forwarded ports. Whenever possible, use the SSH2 version of the SSH protocol. It contains several improvements over SSH v1. Some of those improvements include a different set of improved and stronger algorithms for encryption and authentication. Use the protocol configuration directive in the sshd config file, followed by 2 to force version 2 of the SSH protocol. By default, SSH will listen on all addresses on the system. If you want to control what IP address SSHD binds to, use the listen address directive and specify the IP to listen on. If you want to listen on multiple IP addresses, use multiple listen address lines. You can use this in situations where you have a system that is connected to both a public and a private network. This way you can force SSH to only listen on the private network and reduce your attack surface. By default, SSH runs on port 22. If you want to change the default port, supply the new port number to the port directive in the sshd_config file. Changing the port that SSH listens on can reduce the number of unwanted connections. However, if an attacker is specifically targeting your system, it would be a rather simple task for them to do a complete port scan of your system and to find the port that SSH is now running on. If you do change the SSH port and you're using SE Linux, you need to update the SE Linux policy to include the new port. Run semanage space port space -a space -t space SSH_port_t space -p space TCP followed by the new port number. To check that the port was added, run semanage port-l and you can grep for SSH. Avoid unnecessary information leakage. You can use the banner directive to display the contents of a file to a remote user before they are allowed to authenticate. Historically, that file has been /etc/issue.net. If you're using such a banner, try not to disclose any more information than you have to. I've seen some people put the distribution name and version, the kernel version, and other random information that can be used by an attacker. If you have to use a banner per company policy, follow the policy, but keep in mind that anyone who attempts a connection will see that information. To disable the banner, set banner to none. It's important to note that any changes you make to the sshd_config file will not take effect until the sshd process rereads the configuration. On a system that is using systemd, you would run systemctl reload sshd to force the configuration to be reloaded. In this video, you learned some ways to secure your SSH connection. This was by no means an exhaustive treatment, and you may have special considerations for your specific environment. Be sure to refer to the SSH, SSHD, and SSHD_config man pages for more information. A firewall is designed to block unauthorized network access while allowing authorized network access. The built-in Linux firewall is comprised of two parts. The first part is netfilter, which is a framework within the Linux kernel that provides a series of hooks in various points in a protocol stack. The second part is a packet selection system called iptables that gives you the ability to perform actions on network packets. The iptables command line utility is used to interact with iptables and netfilter. Ultimately, you can use this command to create a set of firewall rules that allow you to control the network traffic destined to or originating from your Linux system. Here is the basic structure. Tables are comprised of chains, and chains are comprised of rules. Each chain can contain multiple rules, and each table can contain multiple chains, and there are multiple tables. As a matter of fact, there are 5 standard IP tables. These are the filter table, the NAT table, the mangle table, the raw table, and the security table. The filter table is the most commonly used of all the tables. This is the table where you can block incoming connections or deny outgoing connections. The NAT table is used for network address translation. NAT remaps one IP address space into another. NAT can be used to allow a single IP address to be shared. For example, if you were running virtual machines on a private network inside your Linux system, you would use NAT to control traffic to those virtual machines. The mangle table is used to alter packets. You can do things like change the TTL, which stands for time to live, on a packet, for example. The raw table is rarely used. Its primary purpose is to allow exemptions from connection tracking. The security table is used for mandatory access control networking rules. Mandatory access control is implemented by Linux security modules such as SE Linux. Mandatory access control is implemented by Linux security modules such as SE Linux. Those are the tables you have to work with. Each one has a specific purpose and you can't create your own tables. Just like there are default tables, there are default chains, and each table comes with a set of these predefined or built-in chains. The 5 chains are input, output, forward, pre-routing, and post-routing. You might have noticed that all these chains are capitalized. Just like most things in Linux, chains are case sensitive. So if you want to refer to the input chain, you'll have to do so using all uppercase letters. On your screen is a depiction of the built-in chains used by each table. The filter table has input, forward, and output chains. The NAT table uses input, output, pre-routing, and post-routing. Mangle uses all the 5 default chain types. The raw table consists of the output and pre-routing chains, and the security table uses input, output, and forward chains. Here's another way to represent that same information. This diagram shows that the filter table is made up of the input, forward, and output chains. Remember that each chain can have its own set of rules, but unlike tables and chains, there are no default rules. Unlike tables, you can create your own chains. This way you can create your own collection of rules in a centralized location. For example, you could have a chain called log and drop that logs when a packet is going to get dropped and then actually drops that packet. This way you can keep an audit trail which can be used in further securing your systems or used in troubleshooting. Here's a diagram that shows the path a packet will take, assuming there are no rules that stop the packet along the way. If a packet is inbound to the Linux system, it will go through any pre-routing chains, then input chains, and finally the packet will arrive to the local system. If an inbound packet is destined to another host, it will go through the pre-routing, forward, and post-routing chains before the packet leaves the system. For a packet that originates from the system, it will go through the output and post-routing chains before it leaves the system. If we combine this chain traversal order with the tables in which they are used, you'll get a complete picture of the path a packet takes through the system. Since you probably won't be using the raw, mangle, and security tables, I've included this simplified diagram of that path. Any packet that comes into the system will start at the top of the diagram. It comes through the network, into the NAT table, and through the pre-routing chain. From there, the packet is either destined to the local system or it's going to be forwarded. If it's destined for the local system, then the packet goes through the input chain in the filter table. If a packet originates from the local system, then it will traverse the NAT output chain followed by the filter output chain. From there, it goes through the NAT post-routing chain and finally leaves the system. Now that you know the path a packet takes, you can start creating rules and placing those rules in the appropriate tables and chains. Rules are comprised of a match, section, and a target. You can match a packet in several different ways. You can match by protocol, source IP address or network, destination IP or network, source port, destination port, or the interface that a packet comes in on or goes out on. You can make simple rules by using just one of these matching criteria, or you can create more complex rules that combine the criteria. For example, you could match TCP packets that originate from the 1.2.3.4 IP address and that are destined for port 80. If they don't match all three criteria, then the packet is not considered a match. It must be a perfect match. If the protocol was not TCP/IP, or the IP was not 1.2.3.4, or the destination port was not 80, then the match fails and the packet is examined by the next rule in the chain. The target section of a rule determines what happens to a packet that is matched. A target can either be a name of a chain or a built-in target. This is not a complete list of built-in targets, but they are the ones that you'll most often use and encounter. The accept target is used to accept a packet and to stop processing rules in the chain. The drop target silently ignores the packet and stops processing the rules in the chain. The reject target is like the drop target, except that it notifies the sender that the packet was not accepted. Use the log target to log the packet using the system logger and continue processing rules in the chain. Using the return target causes the current packet to stop traveling through the current chain. If this happens in a subchain, the packet will return to the calling chain. If the packet is in the main chain like an input chain, the default policy of the chain will be applied to that packet. Also, if a packet reaches the end of a chain, whether or not a return target was encountered, the default chain policy determines the target. Now you have all the background and concepts you need to implement a Linux firewall. The command that makes all this happen is iptables. The iptables command is for IPv4 and IP6 tables is for IPv6. We're going to talk about the iptables command, but if you're working with IPv6 addresses, use the IP6 tables command. To view or list the chains and rules in a table, use iptables --L. You can specify a table with the -T option followed by the table name. If you don't specify a table, the filter table is assumed. If you want to force numeric output, use -N. This will prevent DNS lookups from occurring, and all the output will contain IP addresses and no host names. Also, port names won't be translated to service names, and the port numbers will be shown instead of those nice service names. Using the --line-numbers option causes the line numbers to be printed before each rule in a chain. You can use these rule numbers to specify exactly where additional rules should be inserted. You can also delete rules by rule number. Here is some sample output from an iptables -L command. Because no table was specified, the filter table is being displayed. You'll see that the filter table has 3 chains: the input, forward, and output chains. There are no rules in these chains at the moment. This is what an iptables listing could look like on a system that doesn't have the firewall configured. Here's some more sample output from an iptables listing. Here you can see the same 3 chains, but this time the input chain has some rules. The output shows the target of each rule, along with the protocol, any additional options, the source, and destination. The built-in chains have a default policy. If a packet reaches the end of a built-in chain, then the default policy is applied to that packet. The policy is really a target, like accept or drop, for example. To set the default policy, use the iptables --P command, followed by the name of the chain and then the target. If you want to drop all packets that do not match any rules in the input chain of the filter table, you would run iptables --P input drop. If we go back to our sample output, you can see that the default policy is listed for each chain in parentheses. If a packet doesn't match any of the rules in the input chain, it will be dropped. The forward and output chains have a default target of accept. Since there aren't any rules in those chains, any packets that traverse the forward or output chains of the filter table will be accepted. If you want to append a rule to the end of the chain, use the -A option followed by the name of the chain and then the rule specification. Again, the filter table is assumed unless the -T option followed by a table name is supplied. You can use the -T option with all the other options listed here as well. If you want to insert a rule at the beginning of the chain, use -I followed by the rule specification. If you want to insert a rule at the beginning of the chain, use -I followed by the name of the chain and then the rule specification. You can optionally supply a rule number where the rule will be inserted. To delete a chain, use -D followed by the name of the chain and the rule specification to delete. If you want to delete by rule number, use -D followed by the name of the chain and then the rule number. To flush, which is firewall speak for delete, all the rules in a given table, use iptables --F. Again, you can specify the table to use with the -T option. If you want to flush the rules for a specified chain, then provide the name of that chain following -F. I'm going to go over some commonly used rule specification options. For a full list, see the iptables man page. If you want to match a packet by source, use -S followed by the source. This will either be an IP address, a network specification, or a host name. If you're using a host name, it's very important to be aware that the host name is resolved once when the rule is added and the IP address of that host name is used. It's best to use an IP address or network specification. You can use classless interdomain routing notation, which is sometimes referred to as / notation or CIDR. You can also specify the network address and a subnet mask if you wish. To specify a destination, use the -D option. Again, here you specify an IP, a network, or a name. If you want to match a packet by protocol, use the -P option followed by the network protocol to match. For example, to only match TCP packets, use -P space TCP. The -M option is used to enable extended packet matching modules. You follow the -M with the name of the extended module, which enables additional command line options provided by that module. From there, you can use those additional options on the command line. You can use multiple extended match modules in a rule if you want or need to. For a list of these modules and their options, view the iptables-extensions man page. If you want to specify a destination port, first specify the protocol with -P, then enable the extended module by using -M followed by the protocol. Now you can use the --D port option followed by the port. For example, if you wanted to match all TCP packets that are destined to port 80, you would use -P TCP -M TCP -D port 80. There's a built-in shortcut for this, however. When you use the -P space TCP option, all the options for the TCP module become available, so you don't have to explicitly use -M space TCP. The shorthand version of the previous example would be -P TCP -D port 80. This same concept holds true for UDP. When you use UDP as the protocol, the UDP module options become available to you by default. You can also do the same thing for source ports. In this case, use the --S port option followed by the port. If you want to match based on the ICMP protocol, use space -P ICMP. Just like TCP and UDP, when you specify the ICMP protocol, it enables the ICMP module and additional options become available to you. You can specify the ICMP type by using --ICMP-type followed by the name or number of the type. To get a full list of types, run iptables space -P space ICMP space -H. To match pings, use echo request, and to match pongs, use echo reply. The limit module can be used to match packets based on rate. For example, you could match all packets that do not exceed a given rate. You can use this module to control how often logs are written or to limit the effects of a denial of service attack. The --limit option is used to set an average rate, and the --limit-burst option is used to set an initial burst rate. With --limit space 5/m --limit-burst space 10, the first 10 consecutive packets will be matched, and then from then on, only 5 packets per minute will be matched. The limit burst count is reset every time the limit rate is not broken. If you don't specify a limit, it defaults to 3 per hour. If you don't specify a limit burst, it defaults to 5. You can also use the exclamation mark to invert the match. For exclamation mark --limit 5/s, this means a match will occur after the limit of 5 packets per second is broken. So that takes care of the matching section of a rule. The other section, the target section, is really pretty simple. You specify the target with -J followed by the target name. This could be a built-in target like accept or drop, or it could be the name of a custom chain that you created. You can think of these targets as jumps. When -J is encountered, the matching packet will jump to the specified target. Let's look at a few example rules. Here's how you would block all packets originating from the IP address of 216.58.219.174. The -A input option will append the rule that follows it to the input chain. Since no table was specified, the filter table is assumed. The source address was specified with the -S option followed by the source IP address. The target, or where to jump to, is specified by -J drop. When you display this rule using iptables-n followed by L, you see that the target is drop, the source is the 2.16 IP address, and the destination is 0.0.0.0/0, which means anywhere. Here are 2 more rules. The first rule accepts TCP packets destined to port 22 from the 10.0.0.0/24 network. This will allow SSH connections from that network. The / on your screen is the line continuation character. If I had enough room on the screen, I would have left that out and put this command on one line. The second iptables command appends a rule that blocks all TCP connections that are inbound to port 22. This is one way you can allow SSH access from your company network and then block all other SSH connections. If a packet is matched, it jumps to the target. If a packet does not match, it gets evaluated by the next rule in the chain. The first iptables example here on your screen inserts a rule into the input chain. The rule limits TCP packets that are destined for port 80. This is one way you can fight against a DOS attack on your web server. The second rule is more specific in that it uses the state module to only match new connections. NetFilter provides connection tracking so it knows if a packet is a new packet or part of an established connection. To create a custom chain, use the -N option followed by the name of the chain you want to create. Like the other commands, use -T followed by a table name to specify a table. If no table is given, the filter table is assumed. If you want to delete your chain, use the -X option followed by the chain name. The iptables command allows you to manipulate firewall rules in real time, but it doesn't save the state or make it persist between reboots. Each distribution does this slightly differently, but the concept is the same. The running rules are dumped to a configuration file, and then that configuration file is used to load the rules when the iptables service is started at boot time. For Debian-based systems like Ubuntu, you can install the iptables-persistent package. That will allow you to run the netfilter-persistent save command, which stores the running iptables configuration in the /etc/iptables directory. For CentOS or Red Hat systems, you can use the service iptables save command. This will save the rules to the /etc/sysconfig/iptables file and will be reloaded on boot. If you're using CentOS or Red Hat version 7 or later, this might not be installed by default. This brings us to our final topic on iptables. You can use wrappers or front ends to netfilter and iptables. For example, Red Hat version 7 ships with Firewall D. You can use the Firewall D command to create rules, but iptables is being used in the background to do the actual work. Likewise, on Ubuntu systems, you can use UFW, which stands for Uncomplicated Firewall. There are other options and even graphical front ends like GUFW, which is the GUI for UFW, and system-config-firewall. I'm logged into a Linux box here and I have a web server running on this system. Let's create a simple set of rules that allows anyone to connect to the web service and only people on my private network to connect via SSH. And we'll go ahead and block all the other packets. First, let's just start out by looking at what's in the filter table. So I can do iptables --L to list the rules. And as you can see, there are no rules defined. Let's go ahead and create that rule that allows anyone to connect to the web server on port 80. Use the iptables command. I'm going to use A for append. You can also use I for insert. Since there's no rules at this point, it really doesn't matter. I'm going to use A for append. I'm going to put this rule in the input chain. We're going to look for TCP connections that are destined for port 80. And we aren't going to do any other type of processing. We're going to go ahead and jump to or go to the accept target. We're just going to accept these packets right away. So now let's look at what we've done here. And you can see that the rule has been added to the input chain, accept TCP packets from anywhere that are destined to any address on the HTTP port. So as you can see that the port 80 was translated into its name of HTTP. If we want to just use numbers or C numbers, we'll use the -N option. So I'll run iptables -N-L, and then now you can see that the source and destination are listed in numeric notation, and then also the port of 80 is listed versus the name, which is HTTP. Okay, let's go ahead and accept SSH connections from the 10.0.0.0 network. So we'll do an append to the input table, Again, we're concerned with TCP protocol. The destination port would be 22. The source is going to be 10.0.0.0/24. /24 network is also the same as 255.255.255.0. That's the subnet mask for a /24. So you can use either type of notation here. I'm just going to stick with the /24. And again, I don't want to do any more processing on these packets. I want to accept them as well. So we'll use a -j accept to go to the accept target. And we'll look at our rules again. So rule number 1 is accept packets that are bound to port 80, and rule number 2 is accept packets if they originate on the 10.0.0.0/24 network that are destined to port 22, which is the SSH port. Let's go ahead and drop every packet that doesn't match one of those two rules. We'll do this with the iptables command, -a to append in the input chain. And I won't specify any match criteria because we want to match all the packets. And we'll send that to the drop target. Since we didn't specify any match rules like the protocol or ports or anything like that, any packet will match that rule. Let's go ahead and test this. In this tab, I have a system that's on the 10.0.0.0/24 network. And if I attempt a connection to port 80, it should succeed. So I'll do nc for netcat-v 10.0.0.8, which is the IP address of our server system, and port 80. And then you can see that the connection succeeded there. So that nc command, it's also known as netcat, and it can be used for a variety of things. Here it's just attempting to connect to the IP address of the port specified on the command line. Now let's do the same thing but to the SSH port. Okay, again, the connection succeeded. So let's go back to our original server system and remove the rule that allows port 80 connections. I'm going to do a listing here that includes line numbers so I can delete rules by line numbers. So I'll use iptables -D for delete. I want to delete a rule out of the input table, and the rule number I want to delete is 1. Now you can see that that rule was deleted, and we are left with the other two rules in our chain. So let's go back to our system and test this. The -w option of the netcat command lets you specify a timeout. Here I used 2 seconds because I know it was going to time out and I didn't want to wait the entire time. So our connection timed out because the firewall simply drops the packets. Instead of dropping packets, let's see what happens if we reject those packets. Let's go back to our server system. All right, I'm going to delete the second rule out of the input table, and then I'm going to append a new rule that rejects packets. All right, there is our new rule. Let's go back to our client system and test this time. So immediately we get a connection refused message. So if you want someone to know that they're being blocked by the firewall, use reject as the target. If you want to silently drop their packets and ignore them, use the drop target. Let's get back on the server here, clear our rules, and start over. Do an iptables-F to flush our rules. And we run -L. You can see all those rules are gone. Let's do -A input, protocol TCP, destination port 22. If it comes in on the 10.0.0.0/24 network, let's go ahead and accept those packets. Let's create a new table, a custom name table here. We'll call this new table log in drop. Let's go ahead and add some rules to this table. We'll use the limit module, and we'll limit packets to, let's say, 5 a minute, and we'll log those packets. And there's an additional option you can use here called --log -prefix. And this is what's going to show up in our system log. And I'll just use iptables block and a space at the end there. Now, after we log the packet, we're going to go ahead and drop the packet. And let's go ahead and append the destination, or let's jump to this new chain that we've created from the input chain. Okay, let me look at the rules here. So a packet will come in and traverse the filter table, go through the input chain, and if it's destined to port 22 and originates from 10.0.0.something, then it will be accepted. In all other cases, the packet will be made to traverse the log and drop chain. This chain has 2 rules. The first rule is a logging rule. Here we've used rate limiting so we don't fill up our disk with blocked messages from iptables. Let's go ahead and send some packets over here to block. Let's also tell the messages file. So var log syslog here. I'll just send packets here like we've done just a second ago. So it timed out, so that means our packet got dropped. Let's go over here. And then now you can see that we have some log messages. Here is the log prefix that we specified. This packet came in eth0, and this is the MAC address. This was the source address, 10.0.0.6. The destination was the IP address of this system, which was 10.0.0.8. And there's some other information in here. Here's the source port from the source machine, the destination port, which was port 80 for the web server. And again, this got blocked. And if you log every single message that blocks, again, you'll fill up your disk. So that's why we're using rate limiting in this instance. Okay, I'll go ahead and quit out of that. So if you don't want to lose your changes after a reboot, remember to save the running configuration. Now this will vary from distro to distro, but for this Ubuntu system, I can run net filter-persistent followed by the word save. TCP wrappers are a host-based networking ACL system. Unlike the local Linux firewall, which can control whether or not a connection can be made to the system as a whole, TCP wrappers only controls connections for services that are wrapped. A wrapped service is simply a network service that has been compiled against libwrap. To determine if a service is wrapped, you can run the LDD command against its binary. The LDD command displays the shared libraries required by a given program to run. If we run LDD against SSHD, you can see that it is using libwrap, so it will honor any TCP ACLs we put into place. Again, comparing the TCP wrappers to the local Linux firewall, we know that the firewall can control access by IP address or network address. TCP wrappers can do that as well. However, TCP wrappers can also control access based on DNS names. Another advantage to using TCP wrappers is that they are transparent to the client that is attempting a connection and to the service that is wrapped. One of the most popular TCP wrapped services is inetd, or its current incarnation, xinetd. xinetd is a super server which listens for incoming network requests and then dispatches those requests to the proper service. TCP wrappers provide centralized management for multiple network services. For example, if you wanted to control access to SSHD, IMAPD, and services that are xinetd controlled, you can do all of that in the exact same place. TCP wrappers uses a runtime configuration, meaning that any changes you make take effect immediately and no TCP wrap services need to be restarted or reloaded. Before we get into exactly how to configure TCP wrappers, let's look at the path network connections take. If a network connection makes it past the firewall, then it's examined by TCP wrappers. If the connection is allowed by TCP wrappers, then the request is handed off to the proper service. If the connection is bound to a service that directly supports TCP wrappers, that connection is handed over directly to that service. If the request is bound to a service that xinetd manages, xinetd starts the subprocess or subservice and hands over the request to it. There are two configuration files used to configure TCP wrappers. These files are etchosts.allow and etchosts.deny. They are also known as host access files. When a connection attempt is made to a TCP wrap service, the host.allow file is examined. If a match is found in host.allow for the incoming connection, access is granted. If no match is found, then the host.deny file is checked. If a match is found in host.deny, then the connection is blocked. A message will be written to the log file stating that the connection was refused. Typically, this will be var log messages, var log syslog, maybe var log secure, or even var log auth.log, depending on how you have your system logger configured. If there is no match found in either host.allow or host.deny, then access is granted. Let's talk about how to create these ACLs or rules. The format for a rule is the same. You can use the same format in the host.allow file and the same format in the host.deny file. Each rule must be on its own line. The format for a rule is a service, followed by a colon, followed by a client specification. And optionally, you can provide an action to take when the rule is matched. The service portion of a rule is actually the same name of the process that runs and accepts the network connections. For example, a valid service is SSHD. You wouldn't want to put SSH here because it's actually SSHD that accepts the connections. If you want to list multiple services, you separate them with a comma. So if you want the rule to apply to the SSHD and IMAPD services, you would start the rule with SSHD, followed by a comma, followed by IMAPD, followed by a colon, and then the client specification. The TCP wrapper configuration supports the use of wildcards. One wildcard is all. So to apply the same action to all TCP wrap services, use all in the services field. Again, the same rules can be used in both the host.allow and host.deny file. For example, if this rule, all :10.11.12.13, were present in the host.allow file, then when a connection was attempted from 10.11.12.13 to any TCP wrap service, it would be allowed. Conversely, if that exact same rule were to be placed in the host.deny file, connections attempted from 10.11.12.13 to any TCP wrap service would be denied. The client list can contain an IP address, a host name, or a network specification. If you want to provide more than one client, separate them by commas. Here's an example using a host name. This example matches connections originating from jumpbox.example.com that are destined to the SSHD process. You can use patterns and wildcards in the client field as well. For example, to match SSH connections originating from any client in the .example.com domain, you would use ssh:/.example.com. Starting a host name with a period will match any host sharing the same components listed in the rule. For example, to match hosts in the admin.example.com subdomain, use .admin.example.com. Example matches would include server01.admin.example.com and webdev.admin.example.com. If you wanted to match hosts that start with jumpbox in the example.com domain, you would use jumpbox*.example.com. That would match jumpbox for admins.example.com, for instance. To match hosts that start with jumpbox 0 followed by exactly one character in the .example.com domain, use jumpbox0?.example.com. An example match would be jumpbox03.example.com. Again, the asterisk matches 0 or more characters, and the question mark matches exactly one of any character. If you want to match hosts that share the same initial numeric groups, place a period at the end of that group. For example, to match any hosts that start with the IP address of 10.11.12, use 10.11.12. If you wanted to match any host whose IP address starts with 10, use 10. You can also use an IP address and net mask pair. For example, to match any hosts on the 10.11.0.0 network with a subnet mask of 255.255.0.0, you would use 10.11.0.0/255.255.0.0 as the client specification. If you want to create a separate file that contains a list of hosts, you can provide a path to that file in the client section. For example, the rule sshd:/etsy/hosts.sshd will match any clients listed in the etsy hosts.sshd file. In that file, you would list client specifications one per line. You can use the all wildcard keyword in the client field as well. Here's a rule that matches any clients connecting to the IMAPD process. You can also use the except operator in your rules. This applies to services as well as hosts. For example, to allow SSH connections from every host except for hosts in the .hackers.net domain, use sshd:/all-except.hackers.net. If you want to control the facility and severity of the log messages generated by a match, use the severity directive in the action or options field of the rule, followed by the desired severity or a facility and severity pair. Here's an example that you could use in the host.deny file. It will generate an emergency message when an SSH connection is attempted from 10.11.12.13. If you wanted to use the local zero facility and the alert severity, for example, you would create a rule with severity local0.alert in the options field. Now you can configure your system logger to do whatever you want with that message, be it write it to a local log file, send it to a centralized syslog server, both, or something else entirely. You can even spawn a new process when a rule is matched. To do that, use the spawn directive in the action section, followed by the command you want to execute. Here's an example that executes the wall command when someone from hackers.net attempts to connect via SSHD. The / is the line continuation character. If I had enough room on the screen, I would have omitted it and placed everything on one line. Either way works in the host.allow or host.deny files. TCP wrappers allows you to use expansions in your shell commands. For example, %a expands to the client's address. So the wall message in this example might be attack from 10.11.12.13. Here is a list of the available expansions. We've just talked about %a expanding to the client address. %d expands to the service or daemon, and %p expands to the PID of that daemon, etc. There are several options here that you can use if you so want to. Here is a really simple but effective TCP wrapper configuration. First, start off by denying absolutely positively everything in the host.deny file. Next, explicitly list any connections to wrap services that you want to allow in the host.allow file. For example, you could add a list of allowed IP addresses for the SSHD service. Now, any connections to TCP wrap services other than those clearly defined in the host.allow file will be denied. In this section of the course, you'll learn exactly how Linux file and directory permissions work and how to apply the proper permissions to files and directories. We'll pay special attention to sharing data with groups and multiple users on a Linux system and how to do that in a secure fashion. From there, you'll learn about special permission modes, what they are, what they mean, and how to manage them. Next, we'll cover file attributes. You'll learn how to make files unchangeable even by the root user. I'll also show you how to secure the log files on a Linux system by making them append-only. This way, attackers can't easily cover their tracks. You'll also learn about access control lists, or ACLs. You'll learn how to add an entirely new layer of security to files and directories that go beyond traditional Linux permissions. Finally, you'll learn about rootkits, how to discover them, and how to remove them. It's important to understand exactly how Linux permissions work. Using improper or overly broad permissions can create security issues. The next two videos give you a good and thorough understanding of how Linux permissions work on a system. If you've been using Linux for quite some time, you can skip over these videos. However, it might be a good refresher even if you're already familiar with Linux file and directory permissions.
In today's lesson, we'll be talking about symbolic permissions, numeric permissions, file versus directory permissions, how to change permissions, how to work with groups, and the file creation mask. Here is some output from an ls-l command, and if you look at the permission string, the first character will indicate whether it's a regular file by beginning with a dash, or it will begin with a D if it's a directory, or an L if it's a symbolic link. Other characters that you'll encounter in the permission string include R, W, and X. R, W, and X represent the three main types of permissions. They are read, which is R, write, which is W, and execute, which is X. If you have read permission to a file, that means you can see its contents. For example, you could run cat against the file and you would see the file's contents. If you have write permissions to a file, you can modify it. You can change its contents. If you have execute permissions, you can run that file as a program. Read, write, and execute are fairly self-explanatory when they're applied to files. However, they have a slightly different meaning when they're applied to directories. For example, when read permissions are applied to a directory, that means you can see the file names in the directory. If you don't have read permissions to a directory, you will not be able to see the directory's contents. The write permission, when applied to directories, allows entries to be modified within the directory, so you can edit files that are in the directory. The execute permission gives you the ability to see metadata about the files that are in the directory. Read permissions give you the ability to see file names, whereas the execute permissions give you the ability to see modification dates and owner and group information, just like you would see in an ls-l long listing output. There are categories of users that these read, write, and execute permissions can be applied to. These categories are user, group, other, and all. And like the permission types, each one is represented by a single letter. For example, U represents the user that owns the file. The users that are in the files group are represented by G. Users that are not the owner or are not in the files group are considered other, represented by O. A is used to represent all, or everybody. Every user on a Linux system belongs to at least one group, called their primary group. However, users can belong to many groups. For example, if members of the sales team need access to some of the same files and directories, they can be placed into the sales group. Run the groups command to see what groups you are a member of. If you supply another user's ID as an argument to the groups command, you'll see a list of groups to which that user belongs. You can also use ID space dash capital G lowercase n as a synonym for groups. It will give you the same output. In this example, running the groups command shows that I'm in the JSON group and the sales group. You can also see that ID space dash capital G lowercase n returns the same value as the groups command does. If you run the groups command followed by another username, you'll see the groups that they are in. For instance, Pat is in the finance and New York groups. The admin user is only in the admin user group. At this point, you finally have enough background information to start decoding the permission string. We covered that the first character is the type, be it a directory, a file, or a link. The next three characters represent the permissions available to the user, also known as the owner of the file. The next three characters represent the permissions available to the members of the files group. The final three characters represent the permissions available to all users. With permissions, order has meaning. So permissions will always be displayed in this order: user, followed by group, and finally others. Also, the permission types of read, write, and execute are always displayed in that order too. So if a particular permission is not granted, a hyphen will take its place. Permissions are also known as modes. That's why the command you use to change permissions is called chmod, which is short for change mode. The format of the chmod command is chmod mode file. And there are a couple of different ways to specify the mode. One is symbolic notation, and the other is numeric notation. To specify modes or permissions with symbolic notation, run the chmod command, followed by user, group, other, or all, and an operator to add, subtract, or set permissions, followed by the permissions themselves, read, write, or execute. You can add, subtract, or set permissions using user category and permission pairs. So pick a category, user, group, other, or all. Let's pick group. What we want to do, add, subtract, or set the permission. Let's add, we can add read, write, or execute. So let's just add the write permission. You can see that an extra W shows up in the permission string and the appropriate place for group. You can undo this by removing or subtracting that permission. You can also change more than just one permission at a time, so we can specify the group have write and execute permissions. If you want to set different permissions for different user categories, you can separate the specifications with a comma. So, for instance, we can specify something for the user. Let's add read, write, execute. And for group, let's take away execute. And you can see that that change has taken effect. When you specify an equal sign, that sets the permission to exactly what you specify. So let's say all is set to read. And we can see now that the owner, or the user, the group, and other are all set to just read permission. Also, if you don't specify permissions after the equal sign, all the permissions are removed. So let's set the user read, write, execute, group to read, execute, and we'll give no permissions to others. In addition to symbolic mode, octal mode or numeric mode can be used with chmod to set file and directory permissions. In octal mode, permissions are based in binary. Each permission type is treated as a bit that is either set to off, 0, or on, 1. Again, in permissions, order has meaning. So permissions are always in read, write, and execute order. So if R, W, and X are all set to off, the binary representation is 0, 0, 0. If they're all set to on, the binary representation is 1, 1, 1. If you want to omit the write permission, the binary representation would be 1, 0, 1. To get a number that you can use with chmod, convert the binary representation into base 10 or decimal. So really the shortcut here is to remember that read equals 4, write equals 2, and execute equals 1. The permissions number is determined by adding up all the values for each permission type. There are 8 possible values from 0 to 7, hence the name octal mode. This graphic lists all 8 possible options. The user categories are always in user, group, and other order. So once you determine the octal value for each category, you specify them in that order. So for example, to get read, write, execute for user, read and execute for group, and just read for other, you would specify chmod space 754 space the file name. Here are the most commonly used permissions. So 700 ensures that a file can be read, edited, and executed by the owner, and no one else on the system will have access to that file. The 755 permission allows everyone on the system to execute the file, but only the user or the owner of the file can edit that file. 664 allows a group of people to modify the file and let others read it. And 660 allows a group of people to modify the file and not let others read it. Mode 644 allows everyone on the system to read the file, but only the user or the owner of that file can edit that file. If you're ever tempted to use 777 or 666 for permissions, ask yourself if there's a better way to do that, because giving 777 permissions gives everyone on the system full access to that file or directory. For example, if a program or a script is set to 777 permission, then anyone on the system can make changes to that script or program. Since the execute bit is set for everyone, that program can be executed by anyone on the system. So if malicious code was either inserted on purpose or by accident, it could cause unnecessary trouble. If multiple people need write access to a file, consider using groups and limiting that access to the members of that group. In general, it's good to avoid 777 and 666 permission modes. When you create a file, its group is set to your primary group. So if you're a member of multiple groups, for example, sales and training group, if sales is your primary or first group, then when you create a new file, it will be in the sales group. If you want to change the group of a file, use the chgrp command. You can see that when I created the sales.data file that it was put in my primary group, which is JSON. I'm also a member of the sales group, so let's change the group to sales for this file. Now we can see that the group is sales, and let's give permissions so that other people in the sales group can edit the file. There we go. So instead of keeping files in different people's home directories, maybe you could have a common place to store these. So on this system, there's a user local sales directory, and you can see that the sales group has read, write, and execute permissions for that. So I'm going to put the shared file in that shared location. Now anyone that is a member of the sales group can edit that file. Let's look at directory permissions again. Permissions on a directory can affect the files in that directory. A common problem is having proper permissions set on a file within a directory only to have the incorrect permissions set on the directory itself. Not having the correct permissions on a directory can prevent the execution of the file, for example. If you are sure that a file's permission is correct, start looking at the directory it's in, and then look at that directory's parent directory, and work your way all the way towards the root of the file system. The permissions are set to 755 on this directory. And if I look in the directory, I see one file, and that is an executable file. And it currently works. So let's change the directory permissions on my cat to 400. And now I only have read permission. I don't have write or execute permission on that directory. You can see that the only information I get from ls is the file name that is in that directory because of the read permission. Since the permissions are set improperly on the directory, I can't even execute the file that's in that directory. Let's change the permissions to give me execute permissions on that directory. And now we see that it works. And you can also see that ls-l works. The file creation mask is what determines the permissions a file will receive when it's created. If no mask were used, then the default permissions would be 777 for directories and 666 for files. The file creation mask is typically set by system administrators to some sane default. However, it can be overridden on a per user basis by using the umask command. The umask command sets the file creation mask to the mode that you pass to it. If you use a -S, that means umask will display and accept symbolic notation. The mode supplied to umask works in the opposite way as the mode given to chmod. So when you give chmod 7, that's interpreted to mean read, write, and execute permission, or all permissions. However, when you supply 7 to umask, that is interpreted to mean no permission, or all permissions off. So you can think of chmod as turning on or adding and giving permissions, while umask turns off, subtracts, or takes away permissions. A quick way to estimate what a umask mode will do to the default permissions is to subtract the octal umask mode from 777 in the case of directories and from 666 in the case of files. For example, let's take a umask of 022. If we subtract that from 777, we are left with a default file creation mode of 755 for directories, and 666 minus 022 is 644. So for files, the default file creation mode is 644. If we use a umask of 002, then we'll have the default permissions for directories of 775 and 664 for files. Using a umask of 002 is ideal for working with members of your group, since the permissions allow members of the group to manipulate those files and directories that you create. Again, this method of subtracting these permissions is an estimation. So here's an example of using a umask where this breaks down a little bit. So umask 007, if you subtract that from 777, you're left with 770 for directory permissions, which is fine. However, 666 minus 007 would leave you with 66 negative 1. So there is no negative 1 permission, there's just no permission. So it breaks down a little bit, but it gives you a good idea of what to expect. Here are some fairly common umask modes: 022, 002, 077, and 007. This table contains all the resulting permissions created by each and every one of the 8 umask permutations. If you were to run umask without any arguments, it will display the umask in 4 characters instead of the 3 that we've been working with. The 3 characters we've been working with represent user, group, and other. However, there is one other class, and this class is considered special modes. And these special modes are set UID, set GID, and sticky. Just know that these special modes are declared by prepending a character to the octal mode that you normally use with umask or chmod. So the important point here is to know that umask 0022 is exactly the same as umask 022, or chmod 0644 is the same as chmod 644. We're not going to cover these special modes in this course, but I wanted you to be aware that 1, they exist, and 2, they're the reason why umask is displayed in 4 characters instead of 3. You can see that our umask is set to 0022. Using a capital S, we can get symbolic mode. Let's see what the default permissions are. The touch command either creates a file if it doesn't exist, or it updates the timestamp of a file. So we see the directory was created with 755 permissions and the file 644. Let's set Umask to 007. Whoops. And Umask of 0007 is the same as 007. And in this case, we can see that directories are created with 770 permissions and files are created with 660 permissions. Permissions can be represented by symbols or numbers. The effect permissions have on directories is slightly different than they have on files. We talked about how to change permissions with the chgrp command. We talked about some strategies of working with members of your group. And finally, we covered the file creation mask and the Umask command.
Let's take a couple of minutes to talk about the special modes of set UID, set GID, and the sticky bit. When you start a process, it starts running with your user and group permissions. We've talked about ways to run programs as others, including using the sudo command and the su command. However, there is a special permission you can use called set UID. It stands for set user ID, and it forces a process to start as the owner of the file, regardless of who executes that file. To tell if a file has the set UID bit set, you can look at its ls output. You will see an S in the execute field of the owner section of the permissions. The password program is one such file that has the set UID permission. Since the owner of the file is root, when this program gets executed, it runs as the root user. The reason the password command uses set UID root is because it needs root privileges to modify the etc password and/or the etc shadow files when a user changes their password. The ping command is another example of set UID root permissions. The ping command needs root privileges to access network devices. Setting the set UID bit and having root as the owner of the file lets anyone on the system successfully use the ping command. The chsh command is yet another example. This command allows the user to change their shell. Doing so requires an update to the etc password file, which can only be edited by the root user. Once an attacker gains access to a system, they often look for files that are set UID root. Since these files run as root, they are an attack surface for privilege escalation attacks. It's important to note that most Linux distributions do not honor set UID on shell scripts, only on binary files. If you were to execute a shell script that has the set UID attribute set, it would execute as you. Said another way, it will execute as the user who runs the script. This is a security measure taken by the OS. Just like you can determine the numeric permissions to use with chmod by adding together the base 10 values of read, write, and execute, you can add together the permissions of set UID, set GID, and the sticky bit to get the desired special permissions. The base 10 value of set UID is 4, set GID is 2, and the sticky bit is 1. Just like any other file permissions, you can add the set UID attribute to a file using the chmod command. To do so in symbolic notation, run chmod u plus s and then supply the path to the file. To add the set UID attribute using octal or numeric notation, start the permissions with a 4, then follow it with the normal permissions mode. For example, you could run chmod 4755 to turn on the set UID attribute, allow the owner of the file full permissions, and everyone else the ability to read and execute the file. To remove the set UID permission, run chmod u-s or chmod starting with a 0 followed by the desired numeric mode. To find all the files on a system that have the set UID permission set, you can use the find command. Run find / which means start searching from the root of the file system, then use the -perm option followed by a / and then 4000. The / means to match any of the permission bits that are set for the file. If you're using an older version of find, you might need to run -perm plus 4000. You can also add the -ls option to find, which displays the results in a long listing format so you can view the permissions. What you're looking for is files that can be edited by any other user other than the owner of that file. Using a 4755 mode on a file allows the owner of the file to edit it. Using 4775 gives editing permissions to members of the group to which that file belongs. Using 4777 allows anyone to edit the file. This would be extremely bad, especially if the file is owned by root. This would allow someone to change the contents of that file to do whatever they want. When they execute that file, it will run with root privileges. This is something that an attacker hopes to find when they gain access to your system. If they broke in with a normal user account, they are looking to escalate their privileges to the super user account so that they can do anything they want with the system. setGID is very much like setUID. It causes the program to run with the group privileges of the file rather than the group privileges of the person executing the file. To tell if a file has the setGID bit set, you can look at its ls output. You will see an S in the execute field of the group section of the permissions. One example of a command that is setGID is the wall command. The wall command displays a message to the terminal of users that are logged into the system. Since all the files that represent a user's terminal are in the TTY group, and the TTY group has write permission on those files, anyone using the wall command is allowed to write to those terminals because that process is running with TTY group privileges. To find all the files on a system that have the setGID bit permission set, run find/perm/2000. Again, the / means to match any of the permission bits that are set for the file. If you are using an older version of find, you might need to use -perm plus 2000. If you want to get a long ls listing output of all the files that match those permission sets, use the -ls option. To add the setGID permission to a file, use chmod g+s or use a 2 in the first field of the permission string. For example, you could run chmod 2755 on a file to turn on the setGID attribute, allow the owner of the file full permissions, and everyone else the ability to read and execute the file. If you want to add both the setUID and setGID permissions, you can run chmod ug+s or chmod 6 followed by the normal permissions. Since setUID is represented by 4 and setGID is represented by 2, you can add them together to get 6 and use that in the special permissions field. To remove the setGID permission, use chmod g-s. You can also subtract 2 from the special permissions field. To clear all special permissions, use chmod 0 followed by the normal desired mode. Using setGID on a directory causes new files and subdirectories created within it to inherit the group ID of that directory rather than the group ID of the user creating the new file or directory. Also, newly created directories inherit the setGID bit. So again, all the new files and directories created within that new directory inherit the group ID of that directory as well. Note that setting the setGID permission on a directory only affects the group ID of new files and subdirectories created after the setGID bit is set. Adding the setGID bit to an existing directory does not change the permissions of existing files and subdirectories. Using the setGID bit on directories can make it easier when working with groups. If you want to make sure all the files are created with the proper group ownership in a shared location, turn on the setGID bit for that directory. This way you don't have to worry about a user forgetting to run the new grp command before creating a file or forgetting to change the group ownership of a file that they created. Using the find command to look for files that have setUID and setGID bit set is one way to monitor for changes. However, you can use a file integrity checker such as Tripwire, AIDE, OSSec, Salwin, or even your distribution's package manager to find files that have improper permissions or that have been modified from their original state. Let's talk about the final special permission. It's called the sticky bit, and it's used on a directory to only allow the file's owner, the directory's owner, or the root user to rename or delete the file. Without the sticky bit set on a directory, the user could delete another user's file if the permissions on the directory allowed for it. For example, this would be applicable to a directory that had 777 permissions on it. To tell if a directory has the sticky bit set, you can look at its ls output. You will see a T in the execute field of the other section of the permissions. You'll usually only find the sticky bit set on the /temp directory or the /var temp directory, but you may also encounter it on directories that are being used to share data among several or all users on a system. To set the sticky bit on a directory, use chmod o+t or use 1 in the special permissions field followed by the remaining permissions. Typically using the sticky bit only makes sense with 777 permissions, so you would typically run chmod 1777 followed by a path to a directory. To remove the sticky bit, run chmod o-t followed by the path to the directory. Again, just like removing the other special permissions, you can subtract the numeric value in the special permissions field or use a 0 to clear all special permissions. If you see a special permission represented with a capital letter in ls output, that means the permission that would normally show up in that position is not set. If you see a lowercase s or a lowercase t, then the underlying normal permission is set. Here's an example of a file that has 644 permissions. The users section of the permission shows RW, which is read and write permissions. If we add the set UID bit by running chmod u+s on the file, you'll see a capital S in the ls output. This permission really doesn't make any sense because the program is not executable, but in any case, if you see this in ls output, you know exactly what the file permission is. Now if we add the execute bit for the owner by running chmod u+x on the file, then the ls output shows a lowercase s in the output. Here are a couple of more examples showing special permissions with capital letters. The first example shows that the set GID bit is set, but the execute bit is not set for the group. The second example shows that the sticky bit is set, but the execute bit is not set for others. Again, these permissions don't make any sense, but if you run across them or accidentally set them, you'll know exactly what you're looking at. In addition to the normal modes of read, write, and execute, and even in addition to the special modes of set UID, set GID, and the sticky bit, some file systems support file attributes, sometimes called extended attributes. The most commonly used file systems on Linux systems support file attributes. The ext series of file systems support it, for example. ext2, ext3, and ext4 all have support. Also, XFS has support. The B-tree file system, RiserFS, and JFS have support as well. For those of you who work in HPC or high-performance computing environments, OCFS2, OrangeFS, and Lustre all have extended attribute support. Even some file systems designed to be used on embedded systems such as SquashFS and FSF2 have extended attribute support. Let's talk about the two attributes that you'll use most often. The first one is the I or immutable attribute. When a file has this attribute, it is immutable, meaning that it can't be modified. A file with the I attribute cannot be deleted, renamed, appended to, truncated, or even hard linked to. Use this attribute on a file when you want to ensure that it cannot be deleted by accident. Even root cannot delete a file with the immutable attribute set. The attribute has to be removed before the file can be deleted. A file with the A or append-only attribute can only be opened in append mode for writing. The existing contents of the file cannot be altered or removed. This also means a file with the A attribute cannot be deleted. I recommend using this setting on log files. This could potentially thwart some attackers from covering their tracks. For an example, if an attacker gains access to a system account like a web server account, they could remove the log entries from the web server logs that might hide their tracks unless this append-only attribute was set. Only root can set or remove these attributes, so as long as the attacker is not root or doesn't know about file attributes, they provide an extra layer of protection. There are several other file attributes, but not all file attributes are supported on all file systems. To find out what attributes are supported for your file system, refer to the documentation or built-in man pages. When a file that has the S attribute is deleted, its blocks are supposed to be filled with zeros and written back to the disk. However, if you're using ext4 or XFS, for example, this will not happen when the file is deleted because those file systems do not support that particular attribute. Okay, so how do we view and set these file attributes? Well, to view file attributes, use the lsattr or lsattr command followed by the file or directory you want to examine. The lsattr command will list the attributes or flags set on a given file. Just like the ls command uses dashes to represent that a permission is not set, lsattr uses a dash to represent that an attribute is not set. In this first example, the etcmotd file doesn't have any attribute set, so the output from lsattr is made up entirely of dashes. In this second example, the var log messages file has the a attribute set, which we know is the append-only attribute. The lowercase a will always appear in that position if it's set. I wouldn't spend any time learning what each and every one of those fields represents like you do with ls output. You can always look up the attribute in the chattr man page. So that brings us to setting or clearing attributes, and to do that, use the chattr command. To add or set an attribute, run chattr followed by the plus sign, followed by the attribute or attributes you wish to set. To remove or clear an attribute, run chattr followed by the minus sign, followed by the attribute or attributes you wish to remove. If you want to explicitly set the attributes to be only what you specify, run chattr followed by the equal sign, followed by the attribute or attributes. If there are any existing attributes that weren't specified following the equal sign, they will be cleared. So to clear all attributes, run chattr space equals and then the path to the file or directory. Since no attributes were specified, they will all be cleared. This example shows that the var log messages file doesn't initially have any file attributes set on it. We run the chattr +a/var/log/message command to add the append-only attribute, and we check to see that it got applied by running lsattr. If we want to clear the A flag, then we run chattr space -a followed by the path to the file. This example shows that the A attribute was set, then the chattr-a command was executed, and the final lsattr output shows that the attribute was indeed removed. Let's use the chattr command in combination with the equal sign. Here we use the lsattr command to show that no attributes are set on the /etc/hosts file. Next we run chattr space equals is/etc/hosts. The next lsattr command shows that both the immutable and secure delete attributes were set. This is meant to be an example on how to use this command, but remember your file system probably doesn't support secure delete. To remove all attributes on a file, you can run chattr space equals without specifying any attributes and then a path to the file. This will clear all the attributes as the example on your screen demonstrates. Let's make it so the etc hosts file is immutable because we want to make sure that all of our entries are not changed without some forethought. First, let's look at the attributes of the file. I'm going to do that by running lsattr, and then I'll use the path to the file, in this case /etc/hosts. There are all dashes there, so that means there is currently no attribute set. So I'm going to add the I flag. So use chattr. +i is one way to add an attribute to a file. Specify the path. And now if I were to try to edit the file, I couldn't. So let me try to edit the file. Let's say I was trying to, put some data here, and I try to write it, and it says it can't open the file for writing. So I'll exit out. Now, I can't delete the file either. Let me try that. Are you sure you want to do that? Yes, I am. But you can't. The operation is not permitted. Now, if I want to change an entry in the host file, I need to remove the immutable attribute first. So one way to do that is chattr-i etc hosts. You can see that the I is gone in the lsattr output. Now I can go ahead and edit the etc host file. Let's say we put in another private link to another database server here, and I'll change that, and then I'll go ahead and then set the I attribute back on the host file. Now let's make it so that the Apache log files are append only. I'm going to use the equal sign here, and we're just going to set these files to have the append-only attribute, so A, and then all the files in this directory. And then we can run lsattr, and it shows us that indeed the append attribute has been set on those files. So now I can append to them, but I can't prepend or modify any of the existing contents. So if I were to do something like this, append some data to the log file, it shows up in the log file. Now that I've done that, let's see if I can go back and remove that line. Edit here, delete the first line, write. Can't open the file for writing. It's not going to let me do it. I'm going to go ahead and quit out of the file. Again, with the A attribute set, I can only append data to that file. So if an attacker tried to cover their tracks, they couldn't unless they had access to the root account to remove the append file attribute. An ACL, or access control list, provides additional granularity to the traditional Unix and Linux file permissions. For example, if you want to give one individual user access to a file, but you don't want to add that user to the group of the file because they don't need access to the additional files and directories that membership would give them, you can use an ACL. If you were to solve this access issue using traditional permissions, you would have to create a new group. In that group, you would put the user who needs access to that single file, as well as the existing members of the original group. Now, anytime the group members are changed in the original group, they also have to be changed in this new group as well. In order to use ACLs, the file system has to have been mounted with ACL support. For ext type file systems, you can either set the default mount options with the tune2fs command or add the ACL option in the etcfs tab file. ACL support is enabled by default on many file systems like XFS and BTRIFS. There are two types of ACLs. The first type of ACL is called an access ACL. These ACLs grant permissions on specific files and directories. The other type of ACL is called a default ACL. Default ACLs are used only on directories. The rules of the default ACL on a directory are used if a file within that directory doesn't have an access ACL of its own. If you apply a default ACL to a directory, any existing files and their ACLs will not be modified. If you want to change the ACLs on the existing files in the directory, you have to do it manually. It will not be done automatically when you create the default ACL. Only files and directories created after the default ACL was added will be affected. These default ACLs on directories are totally optional. ACLs can be created for and configured per user, per group, for users not in the files group, and via an effective rights mask. The setfacl command is used to create, modify, and delete ACLs on files and directories. If for some reason the command is not available on your system, you'll need to install the ACL tools. Typically, the package is named ACL. In order to create or modify an ACL, run setfacl-m followed by the ACL, sometimes called a rule, and then the file or directory to apply that ACL to. ACLs, again sometimes called rules, follow a specific format. If you want to control the access for a given user, start the rule with a U, followed by a colon, followed by a username or UID and the desired permissions. To allow the JSON user permissions to read, write, and execute start.sh, you would run setfacl -m U :JSON $rwx start.sh. If you want to allow SAM read and execute permission, run setfacl-m U :SAM $xr start.sh. Notice that I didn't supply the normal set of 3 permissions with a dash representing a permission not given, and I didn't even put the permissions in the traditionally correct order. Just be sure to supply the permissions that you want to grant. If you want to add permissions to a group, use the format of G, group name or GID, and then the permissions. To grant all members of the sales group read and write permissions to the sales.txt file, run set facl-m g:sales:rw sales.txt. To set the effective rights mask, use m: followed by the permissions. The effective rights mask is used to restrict permissions for all users and groups that are defined in the ACL. For example, you can prevent all users from writing to a file by setting the effective mask of r-x. To do this on a file named sales.txt, run set facl-m m:/rx sales.txt. Sometimes the effective mask is automatically calculated and set when you run a chmod command or when a file is created due to the Umask. To add permissions for others, use O: followed by the permissions. These permissions apply to people who are not members of the files group. To allow others read permission on the sales.txt file, for example, run set facl-m O:/r sales.txt. Multiple rules can be applied by separating them by a comma. Note that there are no spaces before or after the comma. To allow the user Bob read permissions and the sales group read and write permissions on the sales.txt file, you would run set facl-m u:/bob:/r, g:/sales:/rw sales.txt. So far, we've been talking about how to set access ACLs. Let's shift into setting default ACLs. If we want every file that gets created in the sales directory to be readable and writable to the members of the sales group, we create a default ACL for the sales group. Default ACLs are like access ACLs, except they are preceded by d:. So to get our desired default rule, we run set facl-m d:/g:/sales:/rw sales. Now when we create a new file or directory inside the sales directory, it will contain an access ACL that grants members of the sales team read and write access. In the cases of newly created subdirectories, they will also contain this default ACL, so the ACLs are carried down through the file system tree. Remember, any existing files will not have this default rule applied. If you want to modify their ACLs, do so with the set facl command manually. The easiest way to modify the ACLs for existing files in a directory is to do so recursively. Continuing on with our previous example, we can make sure members of the sales group have read-write permissions on all the files and directories within the sales directory tree by running set facl-R-m g:/sales:/rw sales. To remove a rule, run set facl-x followed by the rule you want to delete. When you specify the rule, you leave out the permission section. For example, to delete a rule that has granted some permissions to the JSON user on sales.txt, you would run set facl-x u:/JSON sales.txt. Notice that I didn't use something like u:/JSON:/rw, just u:/JSON. When deleting ACLs, remember leave off the permissions field. Another example would be set facl-x g:/sales:/sales.txt. That command would remove the rule pertaining to the sales group. If you want to remove all the ACL entries for a file, run set facl-b followed by the path to the file or directory. Once you run this command, then the traditional Linux permissions will be honored exactly as they are set on the file. Now you know how to create, modify, and delete ACLs with the set facl command. To view ACLs, use the get facl command. Here is some example output of a get facl ran against a file that doesn't have any ACL rules applied to it. The first 3 lines of output is the header. This simply tells us who owns the file, the group the file is in, and the file's name. The next section of the output shows the rules for this file. These rules are simply a reflection of the traditional Linux permissions applied to this file. There are no rules for individual users or groups in this particular example. This example shows a rule being added to the sales.txt file, and then that rule is displayed with a get facl command. You'll notice that the rule now appears in the get FACL output. Even though a mask wasn't specified, it was calculated and automatically added for us. If you wanted to tighten the effective rights mask, you could do so after adding all the other rules. Let's look at some get FACL output for a directory that has default ACLs. The default rules are clearly marked at the bottom of this output. In this example, any new files or directories created within this directory will give members of the sales group read and write access. How will you be able to know if a file has ACLs? The easiest way to spot a file with ACLs is to look at its ls output. If ACLs are in use, you'll see a plus sign at the end of the permission string. In this example, the sales.txt file has ACLs and the other files do not. If you want to get the exact permissions for that file, you would of course run get FACL against that file. Let's start out by creating a directory that we plan to use as a shared storage space for a project. Call this project X. And let's also set the default permissions on that directory so that the members of the project X group have full permissions on it. Now I'm going to switch to a user that's in that group and create a file in that directory. Switch to this user called Sam, and Sam is indeed in the project X group. Just create a file here. Now let's say Sam wants Bob to be able to edit the notes.txt file. However, Bob is not a member of the Project X group and he really doesn't need access to the other files, just this one file. So Sam can add an ACL to allow Bob to edit just this one file. And we can do this by running the set FACL command, -m for modify. In this case, we're adding a new rule. We're going to allow the user Bob read and write access to the notes.txt file. Okay, here we can see in the output that the user Bob has read and write privileges on this notes.txt file. So let's see if Bob can actually do that. We'll exit out of the Sam account, switch to the Bob account. Okay, there's the existing text. So if an ACL wasn't in place, Bob wouldn't be able to edit that file. You can see that it's read-write by the Project X group. However, Bob is only in the Bob group. And furthermore, we couldn't even create files in that directory because we don't have permissions to do that as well. We'll just, show you that. And sure enough, Bob doesn't have permissions to the Project X folder because, again, he's not in that group. Okay, let's say Bob's help is no longer needed, so let's remove his access. Get out of the Bob account. Let's get back to the Sam account. And we're going to remove the rule with -x u, because it's a user rule, on Bob. And we don't need to specify the permissions. As a matter of fact, you shouldn't specify the permissions. And we'll run that on the notes.txt file. We'll see our changes here. And now there is no rule with Bob in the output of this get FACL command. Let's create a file as root in this Project X directory. We'll just say root was here, do an ls, and you can see that that file was created. You'll notice that this newly created file was created with root as the owner and root as the group. You'll also notice that there are no ACLs on this file because there's no plus sign in the ls output. So right now, if a member of the Project X group tried to edit that file, they couldn't. So let's demonstrate this. Let's switch to the Sam account. And let's try to write some data to that file there. And sure enough, we get a permission denied, even though Sam's in the Project X group. But that, root was here file was not created with Project X group permissions. Okay, so let's make it so that any members of the Project X group can read or write newly created files in this directory. And we'll do that by running set facl -m for modify and D for default, G group, Project X, read, write, dot. Now that dot represents the current directory. In this case, it's the Project X directory. So let's do this, run ls-ld on dot. And you can see the plus sign, so there are ACLs in play, get facl on this directory. Now you can see that there are default permissions here, or default rules on this directory, such as the project group gets read and write permissions. So let's create another file and see what happens here. Just touch the test file. Now there's a plus sign on this newly created file, and let's look at its ACL rules. Okay, as expected, the group Project X has read and write permissions on this file. And let's see if someone from the Project X group can actually edit this file. We'll switch to the SAM user. Again, he's in the Project X group, and we'll let him edit this test file. Sam was here. Okay, sure enough, he was able to edit that file. Okay, so notice that the file that was created before this default ACL was added to the directory does not have an ACL. Let's recursively add this rule so that existing files will get the permissions we want them to have. So I would run set facl-R for recursive, group project X, read, write, and dot. Again, dot represents its current directory. I could have, specified the full path. As a matter of fact, I'll just go ahead and do that and hit enter here. Now that we've changed the ACLs on all the files in this directory recursively, you can see that the first file, root was here, that did not have an ACL, does in fact have an ACL now. All right, let's look at that rule. And sure enough, Project X group has read and write permissions on that file. A rootkit is a collection of software that allows an unauthorized user to gain root access to a system without being detected. Rootkits hide their own presence and often go unnoticed by users and system administrators. Many times rootkits can hide themselves from antivirus and anti-malware software as well. Some rootkits overwrite commonly used commands such as ps, ls, find, netstat, and others so that they can hide their own presence. These are user-level or user space rootkits and are easier to detect and remove. Other rootkits, however, operate at the kernel level or in kernel space. For example, some rootkits are loadable kernel modules. Others inject a rootkit using dev kmem, which is a special device that points to an image of the running kernel's memory. Another method of installing a kernel-level rootkit is by using dev mem, which points to an image of physical memory that includes the entire physical memory image, and not just the kernel memory. When rootkits are operating at the same security level as the core OS, they can subvert or intercept operating system operations. These types of rootkits are harder to detect and remove. In the case of user space rootkits, you could potentially detect their presence by looking at signatures with antivirus software or file integrity checkers such as AIDE and Tripwire. You may also be able to spot them due to inconsistent behavior on a system. For example, if the CPU utilization is high, but you can't trace that load back to any running processes displayed on your system, then you can infer that a hidden process is creating that workload. You can also look at network load and network traffic. You could potentially sniff the packets coming into and out of the suspected system and potentially detect undesired data transfers and connections that are being hidden on the system using a rootkit. Since a kernel mode rootkit has to be loaded and running in order to hide itself, you can shut down the suspected system and then analyze its storage by booting from another device, such as a DVD-ROM or USB drive, and then performing a scan. CHK Rootkit is a shell script that is used to detect the presence of rootkits. It's available for download at chkrootkit.org. It looks for the modification of system binaries, checks to see if network interfaces are in promiscuous mode, looks for log deletions such as missing entries in the last log and utemp files, and checks for signs of loadable kernel module trojans. You can run check rootkit manually, or you can schedule it to run via cron and even email its output to you. Another shell script that attempts to detect rootkits is rkhunter. It's available at rkhunter.sourceforge.net. When you first install rkhunter, you'll want to run it with the --update option. This updates the rules that rkhunter uses to check for suspicious behaviors in rootkits. Next, you can set your baseline file properties by running rkhunter --propupd. rkhunter checks the properties of various commands against a previously known state. Running --propupd causes the file property database to be updated with the current state. When you run this command, you are telling rkhunter to trust the current state of your machine. Now you can use rkhunter to perform a check by running rkhunter --c. rkhunter will alert you to any possible issues and ask you to hit enter to continue after each section of checks is performed. If you miss the output, you can consult the log file located at var log rkhunter.log. If you want rkhunter to only report warnings and not prompt you to hit enter, then run rkhunter --c --rwo. RWO stands for report warnings only. Like CHK Rootkit, you can schedule this to run via cron and send you the output. rkhunter even includes an option specifically for this use case. If you're using it as a cron job, use the --cron job option to rkhunter. The configuration file for rkhunter is typically located at /etc/rkhunter.conf. You can include your email address in the rkhunter's config file, and it will email you when any warnings are detected. You can use the mail-on-warning variable to set your email address if you're planning to run it via cron, for example. If rkhunter reports warnings on some hidden files or directories that you know to be normal on your system, then you can update rkhunter.conf and include them. For directories, use allow hidden dir, and for files, use allow hidden file. You may come across other issues that you want to create exceptions for. Just know that all those exceptions can be placed in the rkhunter.conf file. OSSec is an open source host intrusion detection system. It performs log analysis and file integrity checking in addition to rootkit detection. The syscheck module of OSSec is responsible for detecting user space rootkits through hash comparison of binary files. The rootcheck module of OSSec is used to detect both user mode and kernel mode rootkits. The rootcheck module looks for file names known to be associated with user mode rootkits. OSSec also searches files for signatures known to be used by rootkits. Another method used to detect rootkits is by querying the operating system for information from many sources and comparing the results. If the results are inconsistent, that may indicate that a rootkit is installed. For example, rootcheck uses the netstat command to get a list of open ports on the system. Then it proceeds to use the bind system call to attempt to open every TCP and UDP port on the system. If rootcheck is unable to bind to a given port, that means that port is in use. If netstat doesn't list that port as being open or in use, then that's a good sign that a rootkit is altering the output of the netstat command. Rootcheck performs several other checks, including looking for hidden processes, hidden files, network interfaces in promiscuous mode, non-device files that exist in the /dev directory, unusual file permissions, among other things. Okay, let's say that you found a rootkit using rkhunter, check rootkit, or OSSec. What do you do now? Well, before doing anything, I would attempt to keep or make a copy of the data if at all possible. If the system is on a physical hard drive, replace the hard drive and keep the original. If you can't do that, make an image of the OS using a tool like DD, for example. The reason you want to keep a copy of the OS is so that you can use it to determine how the attacker broke in and installed the rootkit in the first place. This way you can prevent it from happening to other systems or this system when it's placed back into service. You can attempt to manually remove the rootkit by reinstalling the core OS components from trusted sources. For example, you might be able to replace a Trojan version of the ps command with a good ps command and possibly see the rootkit process running. From there, you could work backwards by finding out how it gets started, where it's installed, etc. I don't recommend this procedure though. If you miss a component to the rootkit, then your system could still be compromised. Even in cases where you are able to detect a rootkit, it's probably just best to reinstall the operating system using trusted media. Likewise, you could restore the system from a known good backup, but if you're not sure the rootkit is still present in the backup, it's simply safer to just reinstall. The only way to prevent rootkits is to use good security practices like we've been talking about throughout this course. Maintain physical security, account security, and network security. Use file integrity monitoring systems such as AIDE, Tripwire, or OSSec. Also, keep your system up to date and patched with the latest security fixes for your operating system, as well as any of the software installed on your system. Some distributions include RK-Hunter in the list of supported packages. For example, if you're on an Ubuntu system, you can simply run apt-get install RK-Hunter. But for this example, I went ahead and downloaded RK-Hunter from the RK-Hunter website. I'll start off by extracting the contents of the archive. I run tar, Z since it's compressed, X to extract, V for verbose, F means do these actions on the file name that follows, and I'll supply that file right there. So next thing I'm going to do is run the installer. I'll get in the directory, look at the installer, it supplies some help, and so I just need to run -- install if I want to use the default layout. Okay, now that it's installed, let's update the rules it uses to detect rootkits. Do that by running RK-Hunter -- update. And you can see that it updated one of the sources that it uses to detect rootkits. The others were already up to date and included in the package as we downloaded it from their website. This is a new system that I installed from a trusted source, so I'm going to tell RK-Hunter to remember the file properties as they exist now and consider those the ideal state. So we'll run RK-Hunter --prop upd. And it updated the file properties database. So now we're all ready to check for any rootkits. So to do this, we'll run RK-Hunter -c. And it starts performing some checks. And as it gets going here, you can see there's a warning there, but it kind of scrolls by pretty quick. There's another warning. Luckily, this creates a log file that we can examine later. Here it asks you to press enter to continue, and I'll do that again. So running RK-Hunter -c is an interactive process. It expects you to be here, watch the output, and respond to its requests. Now that it's finished running, it says you can look at the log file located at var log rkhunter.log, and we'll go ahead and do that. So we'll cat the contents of that file. And again, there's a lot of information there. So what we're primarily interested in are the warnings. So I'm just going to grep for warnings in var log rkhunter.log. There are a few warnings here, but let's just take one and work through it. For example, RK-Hunter is expecting the bin which program to be a binary and not a text file or not a shell script. I'm pretty sure that's correct because this is a newly installed system, but let's check it anyway. Let's work through it. So first, let's find out which package the which command belongs to. On an Ubuntu-based system or Debian, you can run dpkg-S and then the file you're looking for. This reports that bin which is part of the Debian utils package. If I were on a Red Hat-based system or an RPM-based system, I would run, rpm-qf to query what package the following file was in. So Now let's verify the contents of that package. We can do that by dpkg-V for verify and the name of the package, which is Debian utils. No output was reported and the exit status is 0. And on an RPM-based system, you would have used the verify option to RPM, which also happens to be V. Now, if something was wrong, the dpkg command or RPM command would have reported a difference between what's installed on the disk and what's listed in the package file. So now that we know this is not an issue, we'll go ahead and add it to the rkhunter config file as an exception. I'll go ahead and edit the config file. And I'm going to whitelist this script. Again, it was /bin/which. And while I'm in here, I could set mail on warning. So for example, I could set my email address in here. And this way, when a warning is found, it will get emailed to me. I'll go ahead and save these changes. Since I changed a file on the system that rkhunter monitors, I'm going to update the file properties database. I would do this anytime I installed new software, installed patches, or, as in this example, updated rkhunter.conf. We'll run rkhunter --property update, like so. Okay, it's been updated. Now let's run rkhunter again, and this time we'll only report warnings. So we can use rkhunter-c for check --rwo, which stands for report warnings only. Okay, it says the mail command is not found. Let me go ahead and edit the rkhunter config file again. And this system has mailx installed, so we'll go ahead and use that. Update the properties file again. And now we're ready to do the check. Now you can see that we don't get a warning about the which command. You would make exceptions for everything that you know is good, and then you could schedule a cron job to make sure things stay the same. And if they don't, have it warn you. Let's go ahead and create a cron job here. We'll do cron tab-E for edit. And I'm going to use VI because that's the editor that I like. Let's run it, let's say at midnight. Minute 0, hour 0, every day, month, day of the week. And then actually, which rkhunter? User local bin. Okay, this was installed in user local bin, rkhunter. We'll use the cron job option here. And we can use the --update to have rkhunter check for new rules that have been published about potentially new rootkits that it's discovered and how to detect and that sort of thing. There shouldn't be any output due to the --cron job option, but just in case, I'm going to redirect that output to say var temp rkhunter.cron log, I'll call it. And I'll redirect any standard error into standard output, and that way all output, no matter if it's standard out, standard error, will go to var temp rkhunter.cron log. And that sets up our cron job that will run each and every night to check for any rootkits and email us if it finds anything suspicious.